Chapter 601. Red Sun Treasure. Bol shwa, shwa shwa. Stunned gazes turned towards the youth that shot up from beneath arid Peace Palace. Then, the surrounding atmosphere fell silent. That youth is Zhuowen? Zhuowen actually came out from the blood demon inheritance. The master of the meteorite, Qinya, and Xianyuan Li all had stunned looks on their faces as they recognized this youth's identity. On the side, Fallen Star's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, but this was soon replaced by joy. She didn't know why, but after seeing that Zhuowen was fine, she was actually overjoyed. Zhuowen's complexion was gloomy. He couldn't forget the scene of him being brutally beaten up by Zhuowen in the inheritance land. Now that he saw Zhuowen again, his complexion naturally wouldn't be good. It's Zhuowen. Didn't that Zhuowen die in the blood demon inheritance? How could he appear here now? The countless county capital masters gathered around the 100 River Marquis Mansion also recognized Zhuowen. They were well aware of just how terrifying the blood demon inheritance was for this child to come out alive. It was clear that he wasn't simple at all. After breaking through arid Peace Palace, Zhuowen also didn't think that there would be so many people around him. He couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression. When he was in the chamber, Zhuowen had tried to fuse together the 5-colored lotus. The terrifying power of the fusion had far surpassed his expectations. The entire arid Peace Palace had been destroyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the ruins of arid Peace Palace, the members of the Zhuo family also appeared. They stood behind Zhuowen, vigilantly looking at the surrounding masters of the 100 River Marquis Mansion. Zhuowen, your methods aren't weak at all. You were actually able to destroy my arid Peace Palace. Looking at the ruins of arid Peace Palace, blue veins popped out on Su Qianliang's forehead. This was his personal palace, and yet it had been destroyed by that bastard Zhuowen. This was simply a slap to his face. Elder Su Zhong, you have to catch this boy alive. I want to slowly pull out his tendons, peel off his bones, and torture him to death. Su Tianliang stared at Zhuowen and said word by word. His words were extremely vicious. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Today, he won't be able to escape. Once we capture him alive, you can do whatever you want with him. Su Zhong chuckled coldly as he waved his right hand and said to the 10+ old men behind him, all of you capture this kid. As for the others, kill them all. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, more than 10 old men with terrifying auras dashed out and surrounded Zhuowen and the others. Their eyes were filled with hostility. They're all ultimate 5-wheel Emperor realm martial artists. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he looked at the dozen or so elders with surging auras. This Su Tianliang was indeed ruthless. He actually gathered so many experts. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the auras of Su Zhong and the other two standing beside Su Tianliang were even more vast. Their strength had likely reached the ultimate 6-wheel Emperor realm. This discovery caused Zhuowen's expression to darken. Zhuowen, what should we do? Zhuo Xiangding arrived at Zhuowen's side, a worried expression on his face. Although he wasn't strong, his eyesight was quite unique. He could naturally feel that these people weren't easy to deal with. He was worried that they would become a burden to Zhuowen. Grandfather, you can rest assured that I will deal with these people. As for you all, you should stay here for a while. As Zhuowen spoke, he flipped his right hand and a golden light shot out from the spirit ring on his finger. It turned into a golden bowl that covered Zhuo Xiangding and the others. This golden bowl was a top-grade Earth-rank spirit treasure called the Red Sun Treasure Bowl. It was one of the spirit treasures that Zhuowen had obtained from the inheritance of the blood demon. As Zhuowen's physical strength was comparable to that of an Earth-rank spirit treasure, ordinary Earth-rank spirit treasures were useless to Zhuowen. Unless it was a mount-type spirit treasure like the bronze paper kite, offensive and defensive spirit treasures were of little value to him. After the Red Sun treasure bowl protected Zhuo, Xiangding, and the others, Zhuowen was slightly relieved. Then he slowly twitched his cold-boned spear and stared at the dozen or so elders around him. His gaze was indifferent, without the slightest fear. Zhuowen seems to be surrounded by the inner sect elders of the House of Marquis of Baichuan. This boy trespassed into the House of Marquis of Baichuan. The House of Marquis of Baichuan won't let him off easily. This boy is doomed. The weakest inner sect elder of the House of Baichuan is at the initial stage of the ultimate five-wheel emperor realm. With so many people joining forces, Zhuowen is indeed in a bad situation. 100 miles away from the House of Baichuan, many experts from the prefecture capital also noticed that Zhuowen was surrounded by the inner sect elders. They all shook their heads and sighed. With so many ultimate five-wheel emperor realm experts joining forces, this boy would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Moreover, the head of the inner sect elders, Su Zhong, was watching from the side. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuowen was, it was unlikely that he would be a match for him. Therefore, not many people thought that Zhuowen would be able to escape. Luo Xing also noticed Zhuowen's current situation. She frowned slightly and said softly to the master of the meteorite, "Master, that Zhuowen." However, the master of the meteorite interrupted her. "We can't casually step into these muddy waters. I've already helped Zhuowen protect his family and friends from being killed. Speaking of which, we've already repaid the favor we owe Zhuowen. Moreover, the House of Baichuan is not simple. Don't meddle in other people's business." Hearing this, Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and a trace of sadness appeared on her pretty face. When facing the joint forces of the inner court elders of the Marquis estate of Baichuan, even she had no confidence in escaping, let alone Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen had appeared outside the Vitality Tower and might have obtained the Blood Demon's inheritance, so what if he had obtained the Blood Demon's inheritance? How much of the Blood Demon's inheritance could Zhuowen digest in such a short time? His strength was at most around the ultimate five-wheel emperor realm. Beside Xianyuan Li, Zhu Qi revealed a cold smile. He thought to himself, "This Zhuowen really knows how to cause trouble. He actually dared to provoke the House of Baichuan. He's basically walking right into a trap. It looks like I don't have to do anything. This boy is going to die." It's that little brat that grasped spear intent. That fellow is really bold. He actually dared to break into a House of Baichuan. He's just a mere five-wheel emperor realm cultivator. I wonder how he'll escape. The youth with the large saber cried out in surprise. He immediately recognized Zhuowen from within the House of Baichuan, and a look of interest appeared on his face. He was well aware that any martial artist that could grasp a concept wasn't simple at all. However, although the youth with the large saber thought highly of Zhuowen, he still thought that Zhuowen's chances of escaping were extremely low. This was because he discovered that in the open space of Arid Peace Palace, besides the dozen some five-wheel Emperor Realm elders, there were also 3 other six-wheel Emperor Realm powerhouses. These 3 people were naturally Su Zhong, and the other 2, in the youth's opinion, if these 3 weren't here, then Zhuowen might have been able to escape. But now, the chances of that happening were infinitely close to 0. High up in the air, Su Chong and Lu Nantian didn't directly attack. Rather, they stood facing each other from afar. Su Chong also noticed the strange situation in Arid Peace Palace. He narrowed his eyes and said, "It's actually that little bastard Zhuowen? It seems that this little bastard broke into Arid Peace Palace with your help, right?" Lu Nantian didn't reply. He frowned, but he wasn't too worried about Zhuowen. After all, with his big brother Lu Hantian here, it was unlikely that anything would happen to Zhuowen. Hee hee. Now that he's been surrounded by the inner court elders, it's impossible for him to escape. This stupid little bastard, he actually dared to break into my house after escaping from the blood demon inheritance. He's simply looking to die. Su Chong said once more. Lu Nantian shook his head. He sneered, looking to die? Haha, I don't think so. It looks like you have a lot of confidence in this little bastard. Then I'd like to see just how this little bastard will escape the encirclement of the inner court elders. Seeing Lu Nantian act like this, Su Chang's eyelids jumped up. His words didn't seem like he was willing to admit defeat. His eyes followed Lu Nantian and fell onto Zhuowen. Zhuowen, I'll give you one last chance. Cripple your own cultivation and kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times. Then we can consider leaving you with your cheap life. We won't kill you so easily, Su Zhong said loftily as he crossed his arms. Looking at you, it seems you've already decided to eat me? Ha! Do you really think you can capture me by sending a bunch of chickens and dogs over? Zhuowen shook his head. The some inner court elders that surrounded Su Chong all had ugly complexions. This Zhuowen was so arrogant that he actually dared to call them chickens and dogs. This was far too hateful. Humph. Whether or not you're chickens and dogs isn't up to you to decide. Once we capture you, you won't even have the qualifications to kneel and beg for mercy. You'd better think carefully. Su Zhong frowned slightly. From his point of view, Zhuowen was merely an ultimate 5-wheel emperor. What did he have to compete with them? The final outcome was already set in stone. Why was this brat still so stubborn? You're not a dog. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Zhuowen shook his head and patted the green coffin on his back with his right hand. With a creak, the green coffin was opened by 1/10. A terrifying pressure instantly descended. The dozen or so inner court elders that were closest to Zhuowen felt the most terrifying pressure. Their bodies trembled, and their strength was suppressed by about half. Their faces were filled with shock. Clang! At the same time, Zhuowen moved. 2 pairs of lightning wings unfolded, and his entire body turned into a strange lightning bolt. He flashed past the surroundings, and his speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, Zhuowen arrived in front of the closest elder. With a shake of his right hand, the bone spear pierced through the void and pierced the elder's forehead between his eyebrows. Seeing the rapidly approaching bone spear, the elder's face was filled with fear. He hurriedly raised his hand to block. Unfortunately, under the pressure of the blood demon, his strength had decreased too much. He hurriedly formed a defense, but it was broken through by Zhuowen like tofu. Splat! Blood spurted out. The elder's eyes were wide open. An inch-wide bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows, and he was no longer breathing. In an instant, an ultimate 5-wheel emperor had been killed. Su Zhong and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Whoosh! Zhuowen's figure didn't stop. Lightning flashed as he rushed toward the next inner court elder. Under the pressure of the blood demon, these ultimate 5-wheel emperor elders were suppressed too severely. At this moment, they were like weak scholars in front of Zhuowen. Splat! Blood splattered. Another 2 elders died under Zhuowen's bone spear. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with grievances. After 3 elders died, Su Zhong finally reacted. His eyes turned blood red. These inner court elders were the top fighting force of the Marquis of Baichuan's residence. Nurturing one of them required a huge price. Now, 3 of them had been killed in the blink of an eye. How could Su Zhong not be angry? Stop it for this old man. Chapter 602. Grand Elder Su Zhong, Su Tsang, and Xu Yong were all ultimate 6-chakra emperors, and Su Zhong was at the peak of the ultimate 6-chakra emperor realm. Although they were shocked by the terrifying pressure, it didn't affect them much. Ultimate 6-chakra emperors can't be compared to 5-chakra emperors. 1/10 of the pressure didn't affect him much. However, the pressure from the green coffin isn't just this little. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Zhuowen patted the green coffin again. The coffin lid opened by a fifth, and a pressure several times more terrifying than before enveloped an area of several hundred meters, with Zhuowen as the center. Terrifying cracks actually began to appear on the ground, and countless rocks floated in the air. Boom, boom, boom. An even more terrifying pressure descended, and Su Zhong and the other two's expressions changed slightly. They felt their bodies sink, and their movements became sluggish as if they were tortoises. What a terrifying pressure. It can even increase. How did this little bastard do it? Su Zhong's expression changed slightly. A terrifying aura, as vast as the sea, surged out, and countless cyclones covered his body, completely blocking the terrifying pressure around him. Spurt! Another 3 streams of blood spurted out. While Su Zhong and the other two were doing their best to resist the pressure, Zhuowen turned into a bloodthirsty azure again. Lightning flashed, and another 3 heads flew. 3 inner sect elders had fallen. Only 5 breaths had passed since Zhuowen attacked, but nearly half of the inner sect elders had died. Only 7 inner sect elders remained, and they trembled under the pressure. Their eyes were filled with fear. Wasn't this young man a little too terrifying? In such a short period of time, the inner sect elders, who were all ultimate 5-wheel emperors, had been instantly killed by him. The impact of this on them was extremely shocking and shocking. Zhuowen, you little bastard, you deserve to die. Su Zhong's eyes turned red when he saw that nearly half of the inner sect elders had died before his eyes. His face was filled with rage. These inner sect elders had been his followers and confidants for many years, and they were talents that the Marquis of Baichuan's residence had painstakingly nurtured. How could he not be furious when they died before him? Boom! Su Zhong did not hold back at all as he unleashed the aura of a peak ultimate emperor. His powerful aura actually managed to faintly resist the corrosion of the surrounding pressure. He charged towards Zhuowen like a bolt of lightning. With a flip of his hand, a terrifying palm print slammed down. Humph! This is far from enough. Zhuowen snorted coldly. He stomped his feet, and the 2 pairs of lightning wings on his back unfolded. His speed soared to the extreme. He was like a slippery loach as he dodged Su Zhong's attack. Then he continued to rush toward the other elders who were being suppressed. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing Zhuowen dodge his attack, Su Zhong was extremely irritable. With his cultivation, it was actually not difficult for him to catch up to Zhuowen, but the pressure that Zhuowen released was like a towering mountain that constantly pressed down on him, causing him to be unable to fully unleash his strength. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking air rang out once more. This represented the fall of another inner court elder. Zhuowen was like a cold-blooded and merciless viper. He didn't show any mercy at all, and every strike he made was fatal. He was well aware that if he wasn't ruthless, then these people from 100 River Marquis Mansion would be even more ruthless than him. Since they had already formed a death grudge, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't be lenient. He had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Pung, pung, pung. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground continuously sounded out. And then, without exception, the remaining 7 inner court elders all lost their lives under Zhuowen's 3-foot-long blade. The gurgling sound of water faintly sounded out in the silent open space. 100 River Marquis Mansion only had a total of 16 inner court elders. Now, 13 of them had died beneath Zhuowen's hands. This was truly a disastrous loss. Dead. 13 inner sanctum elders were all killed. Isn't this Zhuowen a bit too terrifying? All around Hundred River Marquee Mansion, all of the powerhouses that were silently watching Arid Peace Palace suddenly burst into an uproar. They never thought that such an incredible scene would occur in a battle where there should have been a great disparity in strength. Originally, as far as they were concerned, Zhuowen would surely be unable to escape calamity under the encirclement of over 10 inner court elders. Yet now, they never imagined that not only did this kid survive, he even killed 13 inner court elders instead. In the entire Hundred River Marquee Mansion, only Su Zhong, Su Tsang, and Xiu Yong remained. This was because besides the three of them, all of the inner court elders had been killed off by Zhuowen. How is this possible? How can this fellow's strength be so terrifying? Su Qianliang's mouth fell open, his voice trembling. Even the master of the meteorite, Qin Nye, Xian Yuanli, as well as the distant Lu Nantian and Su Chang, who were facing off in the void, were shaken. To instantly kill 13 extreme, five-wheel Emperor Realm Inner Court elders, Zhuowen's actions were far too shocking. That little bastard. Su Chang's face darkened. He stepped forwards, and the terrifying river in the void split apart, wanting to rush towards Zhuowen. This boy was far too great a threat. He had to be eliminated. Su Chang, with me here, don't even think of touching Zhuowen. LV Nantian instead laughed loudly, and with a flick of his finger, a strand of light that was as thick as a thumb gushed out from the tip of his finger, and it actually directly shattered that strand of river. Zhuowen had instantly killed 13 inner court elders of Hundred River Marquee Mansion. Lu Nantian was also shocked, but he was even more pleased. To be able to rub off on Hundred River Marquee Mansion's prestige was naturally something he wished for. Black and white. How much longer do you two want to watch the show? Hurry up and kill that bastard Zhuowen. Su Chang shouted towards the two old men in black and white robes in the skies above Arid Peace Palace. These two people were the highest elders of Hundred River Marquee Mansion. They were extremely strong and were both ultimate Emperor Realm powerhouses. If the two of them joined forces, they were comparable to an ultimate Emperor Realm powerhouse. He could already feel the threat of Zhuowen. To be able to instantly kill 13 ultimate Emperor Realm experts, this boy was far too terrifying. He feared that even Su Zhong and the other two might not be able to capture him. In the skies above Arid Peace Palace, black and white nodded as they heard this. In truth, they had also noticed Zhuowen's battle just now. Originally, they didn't care too much about it. This was because, in their opinion, the outcome of a dozen fifth-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm Elders surrounding and attacking a young man who was also a fifth-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator was obvious. However, reality had played a huge joke on them. The young man had actually killed those 13 elders instead. The counterattack had happened too quickly, so fast that the two of them didn't even have time to react. 13 inner court elders have all fallen. For the Marquee Mansion, this can be considered a great loss. This boy must die. The black-robed old man stood high above, his cold eyes staring down at Zhuowen as he slowly spoke. Old Black, make your move. Although this boy is a bit strange, he isn't your match. The white-robed old man lazily said as he crossed his arms across his chest. The black-robed old man nodded. He stepped into the void and instantly landed on the ground. He stared straight at Zhuowen and said, "Heroes really do come from the youth. At such a young age, you actually possess such strength. You are truly extraordinary." As he spoke to hear, the black-robed old man's voice suddenly became cold and gloomy. "However, you shouldn't have killed them. Since you killed them, you should have been prepared to die." As Su Zhong, Su Tsang, and Xiu Yong saw the black-robed old man descend, they respectfully cupped their hands together and called out, "Highest Elder." Then, they consciously retreated behind the black-robed old man. The three of them knew that since the highest elder had made his move, then Zhuowen was dead for sure. Naturally, there was no need for them to make an unnecessary move and interfere. At this moment, Su Tianliang was standing respectfully behind the old man. The status of the highest elder was even more transcendent than his own. Even if it was him facing the black-robed old man, he didn't dare be the slightest bit presumptuous. With the highest elder making his move, Zhuowen is dead for sure. Su Tianliang said in his heart, "Do you have any last words? Go ahead and say them." The black-robed old man's gaze was cold as he spoke indifferently. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said with a faint smile, "Last words? Perhaps you're overthinking it. I don't intend to leave any last words for myself. The one who should do this should be you." The black-robed old man's pupils constricted when he heard this. He was so angry that he laughed instead. "Good, good, good. Really good. Kid, I really don't know who gave you such courage. You still dare to speak arrogantly when you're about to die. It's just the truth." As he spoke, Zhuowen's body burst forth with a surging battle intent. He knew that the ultimate emperor realm was indeed terrifying. However, with the demon-suppressing green coffin, he might be able to fight against an ultimate emperor realm warrior. "Since you're so eager to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." The black-robed old man smiled sinisterly. The aura in his body gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The air floated up into the shape of an inverted funnel, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. A powerful aura spread out and covered the entire area. Under this aura, Su Zhong, Su Tianliang, and the others all retreated nearly 100 meters before they could barely stabilize their bodies. They stared at the black-robed old man in horror, as expected of the highest elder of their Baichuan marquis mansion. Just the aura he displayed was enough to make them tremble with fear and not dare to resist. The terrifying aura crushed down. Even Zhuowen couldn't help but groan and retreat continuously. Most of the black-robed old man's aura was directed at Zhuowen, so Zhuowen was affected the most. Nirvana of the great sun. With a low roar, Zhuowen's entire body burst with golden light. At the same time, Zhuowen patted the demon-suppressing green coffin again. With a bang, the coffin lid lifted by 1/5. A powerful aura gushed out in an attempt to resist the black-robed old man's aura. "Zhuowen, your aura can't resist this old man's aura. Don't waste your energy." The black-robed old man laughed. An even more terrifying aura gushed out, instantly suppressing the aura of the demon-suppressing green coffin. "Humph! Demon-suppressing green coffin. Open 1/3. With a cold snort, Zhuowen opened 1/3 of the coffin lid without hesitation. This was also the limit that Zhuowen could withstand. He knew that if he didn't go all out, just the aura of the black-robed old man was enough to make him powerless. The ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm was too powerful. It was indeed very difficult for him to challenge the black-robed old man with his strength. Boom! 1/3 of the demon-suppressing green coffin's lid was opened. Wisps of blood-red aura rolled out from the gap of the coffin lid, instantly blocking the black-robed old man's terrifying aura. What? The aura has increased again. This guy... Chapter 603, Dragon and Elephant Seal. This Zhuowen is actually still holding back. Could it be that he simply did not use his full strength when fighting against us earlier? Seeing the young man who was standing with his back straight, the expressions of Su Zhong and the others became ugly. They were very clear about how terrifying the black-robed old man's aura was. Even they had no choice but to retreat. However, not only did Zhuowen not retreat, he was even fearless. That strange pressure had unknowingly increased by more than several times. However, the more monstrous Zhuowen's performance was, the more intense Su Zhong and the others' killing intent towards Zhuowen became. They knew that if this kid was allowed to fully mature, there would be endless trouble in the future. You're really not a simple kid. However, so what if you can block this old man's pressure? You're too weak. Quickly hand over your life. The black-robed old man shook his head. His gaze became as sharp as a blade. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhuowen as if he had teleported. His withered branch-like palms stretched out and pressed towards Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen's expression changed greatly. The black-robed old man's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. He was ridiculously strong. With a low shout, he suddenly removed the demon-suppressing green coffin from his back. His right hand moved forward, and the green coffin blocked in front of him. Green light soared into the sky. Clang! The sound of metal clashing came rolling over like thunder. Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the indestructible surface of the demon-suppressing green coffin had actually started to tremble intensely. Following that, a powerful rebounding force pushed him back repeatedly until he was more than 10 meters away. Standing still, Zhuowen felt his blood boil. This black-robed old man was too terrifying. Even though he had used the demon-suppressing green coffin to block, he was still injured. Was the ultimate emperor realm of the seven wheels so terrifying? I thought that the coffin on your back was an ordinary item. Looks like I was blind. It's actually so sturdy that it could completely block this old man's full-strength attack. The black-robed old man stared at the demon-suppressing green coffin in front of Zhuowen in shock. In the process of collision just now, his arms were actually a little numb. This green coffin was definitely not an ordinary object. Because Zhuowen possessed the concealment divine jade that Lu Hantian had given him, the black-robed elder did not realize that the demon-suppressing green coffin was a heaven-ranked spirit treasure. He only felt that this green coffin was not simple. Old Black, let's not waste any more time and deal with this brat as soon as possible. In the skies above Arid Peace Palace, the white-robed old man lazily stretched his waist. The white-robed old man's gaze never landed on Zhuowen. In his opinion, Zhuowen was a little special, but he was already a dead man. The white-robed old man would never pay too much attention to someone who was about to die. Don't worry. This time, I'll definitely finish him off in one strike. Although the black-robed old man was displeased by the white-robed old man's attitude, he did not refute it. The white-robed old man was stronger than him, and he was quite afraid of him. Brat, after you die, don't blame this old man for being cruel and merciless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being arrogant and reckless. The 100 River Marquis Mansion is not some marketplace where you can come and go as you please. The black-robed old man laughed coldly. Soon after, his feet suddenly stepped forward, and his hands formed an extremely complicated seal. Instantly, with the black-robed old man as the center, the yuan energy in the surrounding hundreds of miles started to boil and surge like boiling water. Dragon Elephant Law Seal. Use strength to become a saint. With a deep shout, the black-robed old man's hands formed seals like a storm, forming layer upon layer of seals. Suddenly, endless and terrifying golden seals appeared in the void. A blazing golden light flooded the entire horizon, as if it were a terrifying sea of fire. Within the terrifying golden light, there were actually earth-shaking dragon roars and elephant howls that surged out. It was as if millions of dragons and elephants were surging out from within the golden light. Their might intimidated the heavens and the earth. It's actually the Dragon Elephant Law Seal. This is a Transcendent Emperor rank armor technique. After it is used, one's strength is boundless and comparable to the strength of dragons and elephants. It's boundless and terrifying to the extreme. This Zhuowen is dead for sure. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Su Tianliang's face. After the black-robed old man used the dragon elephant law seal, he knew that Zhuowen was dead for sure. Rumble! The golden light that filled the sky became even more intense. In the end, it was like a dark cloud that crushed down on Zhuowen. Wherever the golden light passed, the roars of dragons and elephants sounded out continuously. It was as if there were countless dragons and elephants within the golden light. What a terrifying armor technique! I'm afraid that even an ultimate seven-wheel Emperor realm expert wouldn't dare to take such a terrifying power head-on, right? At this moment, Zhuowen's expression was extremely solemn. The black-robed old man's dragon elephant law seal was extremely terrifying, and it was not something he could contend against. It looks like I'll need to use what Big Brother Hantian gave me. As he felt the terrifying golden light approaching him, Zhuowen suddenly lowered his head. His hawk-like eyes suddenly focused on the bone spear in his hands. On the surface of the bone spear, there were blue lines that resembled veins. These lines faintly revealed a mysterious concept. At this moment, all around the 100 River Marquee Manor, everyone was paying attention to the battle at Arid Peace Palace. In particular, after seeing the black-robed old man use the dragon elephant law seal, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They all knew that Zhuowen was finished. The dragon elephant law seal was a transcendent emperor rank armor technique. It was incomparably powerful and terrifying to the extreme. Moreover, it was used by an ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm powerhouse like the black-robed old man. Its power was immeasurable, although Zhuowen's performance just now was heaven-defying, and he had instantly killed 13 ultimate five-wheel emperor realm powerhouses. Compared to the black-robed old man, there was still a considerable disparity. No one believed that Zhuowen would be able to block this strike. That bastard Zhuowen is dead for sure. Lu Nantian, what else do you have to rely on? Su Chong proudly laughed. Lu Nantian's complexion was ugly. He coldly snorted and waved his hand. Under his control, one of the 3 giant gates floating in the void behind him flew towards Zhuowen. He wanted to help Zhuowen block the black-robed old man's dragon elephant law seal. Lu Nantian, don't break the rules. It won't be easy for you to make a move. Su Chong sneered. With a stomp of his foot, the Milky Way-like river in the void cut through the void. Like a giant python, it directly wrapped around Lu Nantian's sealed door, not allowing it to leave at all. Bang! After Su Chang's delay, the black-robed old man's dragon elephant law seal finally arrived above Zhuowen. Then, without any warning, it swallowed up Zhuowen's figure. Su Chong, I think you're courting death. Looking at Zhuowen covered in golden light, Lu Nantian was furious and murderous. This Zhuowen was Lu Hantian's brother. He was extremely important to Lu Hantian. How could he be killed like this? If Lu Hantian knew about this, who knew what the consequences would be? As the dragon elephant law seal descended, everyone sighed. The dragon elephant law seal used by an ultimate seven-wheel emperor was enough to shatter mountains and rock. It was earth-shattering. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuowen was, it would be difficult for him to break it. If he couldn't break it, he could only die. What a pity for such a genius! Xian Yuanli, who was carrying a long sword on his back, shook his head and sighed. During the battle for the Vitality Tower, he had noticed that Zhuowen was not ordinary. Although Zhu Qi was eliminated by Zhuowen, he did not pursue the matter. After all, Zhu Qi was defeated by Zhuowen head-on. There was nothing to say. He knew that if such a genius participated in the Battle of the 9 Counties, he would definitely shine brightly. Unfortunately, he died prematurely. The master of Falling Star Garden and Qin Nya also revealed a look of pity on their faces. Obviously, they both had a fondness for Zhuo Wen. On the other hand, Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She clenched her fists. For the first time, her beautiful face revealed a moved expression. This kid is dead. It's a pity that we can't capture him alive. The black-robed old man slowly descended. Looking at the figure trapped in the dragon-elephant law seal, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Elder Heijia is indeed resourceful and unparalleled. This Zhuowen is just a clown in front of you. Su Tianliang led Su Zhong and the others to the old man's side and flattered him. Su Tianliang's praise made the black-robed old man quite happy. He smiled and said, "Eldest Crown Prince is too polite. Since this Zhuowen is dead, then the rest of the Zhuo family members are up to you to deal with." Hearing this, Su Tianliang's face revealed a touch of cruelty. He said to Su Zhong and the other two, "You guys break open the Red Sun treasure bowl and kill these Zhuo family members." Zhuowen had almost taken his life. Su Tianliang had a deep hatred for Zhuowen and the Zhuo family members. This time, he must eliminate the root of the problem and not leave any future troubles. Yes, Su Zhong and the other two cupped their hands and rushed out. Each of them displayed a terrifying move and bombarded the Red Sun treasure bowl not far away. At this moment, Zhuo Xiangding and the others were in despair, especially after Zhuowen was enveloped by the dragon-elephant law seal. They were very clear about the terror of a seven-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm martial artist. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuowen was, the chances of him surviving were very low. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the surface of the Red Sun treasure bowl vibrated violently. All the members of the Zhuo family were frightened and gathered together. "Father, what should we do now?" Zhuo Baitian said to Zhuo Xiangding. At this moment, Zhuo Xiangding was out of his wits. His eyes dimmed, and he smiled bitterly. "It's over. Zhuowen is dead. Our Zhuo family is finished. Our Zhuo family is really going to be exterminated." The members of the Zhuo family were silent. An atmosphere of fear pervaded the surroundings. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard. The Red Sun treasure bowl finally began to crumble under the combined attacks of Su Zhong, Xu Yong, and Su Tsang. "Ha ha! Zhuo family members, die. After you die, you can go to hell and blame your Zhuo family for giving birth to a bastard like Zhuowen." Loud laughter filled the sky. Su Zhong and the other two stepped on the void and rushed towards the despairing members of the Zhuo family. Their eyes were bloodthirsty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Su Zhong and the other two were about to reach Zhuo Xiangding, and the others, 3 bone-chilling rays of light whizzed through the void. It was like 10,000 years of mysterious ice. Then Su Zhong and the other two's figures suddenly stopped in midair. It was as if time had stopped. "You want to touch my Zhuo family members? You are not qualified." Chapter 604. Domineering Spear, Intent Puchi. 3 streams of blood spurted out. Su Zhong and the other two, who had stopped moving, covered their necks with their hands. Their eyes bulged and were bloodshot. The 3 streams of blood had appeared from their necks. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Su Zhong and the other two fell to the ground. Their auras became weaker and weaker until they were no longer breathing. 3 ultimate 6-wheel emperors had been killed in an instant. Not only was the black-robed elder stunned, but the white-robed elder, who was originally unconcerned, was also stunned. Su Zhong and the other two represented the peak battle strength of the inner sect elders. Who would have thought that they would be killed in an instant? How is this possible? How did that little bastard Zhuowen's strength suddenly increase so much? Su Tianliang could not help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with intense shock. Originally, Zhuowen's ability to kill 13 ultimate five-wheel Emperor Elders in an instant was already extremely heaven-defying. However, the deaths of Su Zhong and the other two had completely shocked Su Tianliang. These were 3 ultimate six-wheel emperors. There were less than 5 of them in the house of the Marquis of Baichuan. At this moment, Su Tianliang was no longer looking at Zhuowen with resentment. Instead, he was looking at him with fear and shock. He began to wonder if this youth's strength was as unfathomable as a deep well. It was too easy for him to kill him. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of footsteps slowly rang out. At this moment, Zhuowen's black hair was dancing in the wind. The bone spear in his hand continuously released an extremely terrifying aura. What was even stranger was that the surface of the bone spear was covered with blue veins that looked like meridians in a human body. A mysterious and terrifying aura surged along with the blue veins and surrounded Zhuowen. It was like a rising current of air that completely enveloped him. He was like a demon or a god with an imposing aura. This is spear intent, and it's an extremely terrifying and domineering spear intent. The black-robed old man's pupils shrank. At this moment, he actually felt a trace of threat from Zhuowen's body. In particular, the spear intent that erupted from the bone spear in Zhuowen's hand gave him a terrifying feeling of destruction. The originally lazy, white-robed old man frowned slightly. For the first time, he looked at Zhuowen. He did not expect that Zhuowen would be able to grasp such a profound concept at such a young age. He was very clear about the terror of a concept. It was a terrifying realm that could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. Although it was illusory, its destructive power was absolutely far beyond that of a martial artist of the same level. A martial artist who had grasped a concept was absolutely invincible within the same realm and could even challenge those of a higher realm. This was the privilege of a martial artist who had grasped a concept, and those who were able to grasp a concept were all terrifyingly gifted geniuses. Although the white-robed old man had not comprehended the concept, he had naturally heard of it. The concept was divided into the elementary level, the advanced level, and the peak level. Each level was sharper and more terrifying than the previous one. It was an extremely terrifying attacking method. This kid has really grasped a concept. Spear intent is about the way of the overlord. This kid is crazy and sharp enough. No wonder he can grasp spear intent. Unfortunately, he is only at the elementary level. Outside the Baichuan Marquis mansion, the youth with the large blade crossed his arms. He looked at Zhuowen with a fiery gaze. He had grasped the advanced level of saber intent and had a unique view of concepts. At this moment, he could see the depth of Zhuowen's strength with just a glance. However, the youth with the large blade still had some doubts. He found that within the bone spear in Zhuowen's hand, there seemed to be an even more domineering and terrifying concept. This concept was absolutely far beyond the elementary level of spear intent. No wonder this kid was able to surpass LVE Tao at the Zhongling Mountain and break the record. This kid's perception and potential are too terrifying. He even comprehended the illusory concept. This Zhuowen's future is limitless. Xian Yuan Li also stared at Zhuowen with a fiery gaze. The concept was a realm that every martial artist dreamed of. Xian Yuan Li had spent his entire life on the sword in order to comprehend sword intent. Unfortunately, his perception was not enough. After studying for nearly 100 years, he was still unable to comprehend sword intent. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to comprehend the concept. But now, Zhuowen had done it. How could Xian Yuan Li not be excited? He really wanted to see what the legendary conception was like. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend it a little because of this. Su Chong, who was originally proud of himself, now had a slightly ugly complexion. He did not expect that Zhuowen could actually grasp spear intent. This talent and potential were really terrifying. The more terrifying Zhuowen's talent was, the more Su Chang's killing intent surged. This kid must be eliminated. Otherwise, 10 years later, he would become a peerless powerhouse that could threaten his Baichuan marquee mansion. Ha ha, Su Chang, it seems that your wishful thinking is wrong. This Zhuowen is not simple. Lu Nantian let out a light breath and chuckled. He was also shocked by Zhuowen's mastery of spear intent, but he was even more excited. This kid is indeed terrifying, but with just elementary spear intent, do you think he can be a match for a 7-wheel ultimate Emperor realm martial artist? If that's what you think, then you're really wrong. Su Chong shook his head, the corner of his mouth revealing a mocking smile. So what if Zhuowen grasped spear intent? The gap between him and the black-robed old man was too obvious. In the end, he would still be defeated. Hearing this, Lu Nantian frowned. However, he was not too worried. He did not believe that Lu Hantian would just watch Zhuowen fall like this. There must be some kind of backup plan. No wonder you can be called the biggest dark horse in this year's Essence Chi Tower battle. Your talent is indeed terrifying, but you only have elementary spear intent, and you want to compete with this old man? If that's the case, then you're just a fool's dream. Killing a monstrous genius like you is not a small achievement. The black-robed old man was stunned at first, but then he sneered again and again. He moved his feet and turned into an elusive black shadow, instantly disappearing. In the next second, he was already above Zhuowen's forehead. His withered branch-like palm stretched out, and the surrounding air suddenly boiled. Elementary spear intent is indeed not your opponent, but what if it's advanced spear intent? Zhuowen sneered. One must know that his bone spear was infused with a portion of Lu Hantian's spear intent. If it was fully unleashed, it would be enough to display the terrifying power of spear intent. With that, Zhuowen's footsteps shifted slightly. He raised his head and stared straight at the black-robed old man above, without the slightest intention of dodging. What is this kid doing? Is he looking to die? In the skies above Arid Peace Palace, the white-robed old man looked at Zhuowen's strange actions and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why, but he actually felt a faint sense of unease. This boy is only at the ultimate 5-wheel Emperor realm. Although he has grasped elementary spear intent, it's unlikely that he will be Old Black's match. Old Black should be able to easily capture this boy. The white-robed old man chuckled, thinking that he was worrying too much. The black-robed old man's claw instantly arrived. In the blink of an eye, it was only an inch away from Zhuowen's forehead. The black-robed old man's lips curved up in a cold sneer. This boy would die, without a doubt. At such a close distance, there was simply no way for him to dodge. Bang! All of a sudden, the bone spear in Zhuowen's hand moved horizontally, and the blue veins on the surface of the bone spear actually separated, turning into drops of blue water. A mysterious feeling surged, and the surrounding space actually started to distort. The black-robed elder's claw also came into contact with the surrounding blue water droplets. Following that, the smile on his face slowly froze. This was because he discovered that the moment his claw came into contact with the blue water droplets, it actually stopped moving. Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Then, the black-robed old man's pupils constricted as he discovered that the tip of Zhuowen's bone spear had suddenly shot over at a terrifying speed. The tip of the bone spear which was suffused with a cold light, instantly pierced through his claw. Poochie! Blood splattered into the air. The black-robed old man only felt pain in his arm. Then he was shocked to discover that his right arm had been cut off at the shoulder. Ah, my arm, my arm! The black-robed old man suddenly flew backwards. Blood poured down like a curtain of rain. At some point in time, his right arm was already empty. The confrontation between the two had actually ended with the black-robed old man losing his arm. Hiss! Hiss! Gasps could be heard from the surroundings. The black-robed old man was the great elder of the Marquis of Baichuan's residence. His strength was also at the ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm. Now, his arm had actually been cut off by Zhuowen. How did this Zhuowen do it? This guy's spear, intent, isn't at the elementary level at all. It's at the advanced level. This guy is even younger than me. How can he also comprehend the concept of advanced level? Outside the Marquis of Baichuan's residence, the young man with a large saber, who was originally leisurely, had an expression of shock on his face. The spear intent that Zhuowen had used just now was definitely not at the elementary level, but at the advanced level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to cut off the black-robed old man's arm. Interesting. I originally thought that this little guy from Muqin County had only comprehended the elementary level of spear intent. I didn't expect that he had actually reached the advanced level like me. It seems that there will be a place for him on the Green Emperor list. The young man with a large saber smiled faintly as he muttered to himself. While everyone was still in shock, Zhuowen appeared extremely calm. He stepped on the air and his speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, he caught up with the black-robed old man who had been sent flying backwards with his arm cut off. This old man must be killed. Little bastard, how dare you? If you dare to kill Old Black, this old man will exterminate 9 generations of your family. A loud shout surged out. Following that, the originally languid, white-robed old man roared towards the sky. His face was filled with shock and anger. He directly slapped his palm towards Zhuowen's back, wanting to stop Zhuowen. What a terrifying aura! This white-robed old man's cultivation is even more terrifying than the black-robed old man's. Could it be that he's an ultimate 8-wheel emperor? Feeling the terrifying aura behind him, Zhuowen's expression changed greatly. This white-robed old man was too terrifying. However, now was the best time to kill the black-robed old man. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to kill such an expert again. Moreover, Zhuowen also knew that as long as he killed the black-robed old man, the Marquis of Baichuan's residence would definitely suffer a great loss. This was an ultimate 7-wheel emperor expert. Such an expert was too rare. In the Marquis of Baichuan's residence, the only ones who were stronger than the black-robed old man were the white-robed old man, Su Chong, and the mysterious Su Lingtian. You want to stop me? It won't be that easy. With a cold snort, Zhuowen no longer held back. In an instant, he activated all of Lu Hantian's spear intent within the bone spear. Suddenly, the blue water droplets around him condensed and turned into blue ice crystals that revolved around him. Meanwhile, Zhuowen swept towards the black-robed old man without slowing down. Chapter 605. Stunning Aluhantian's spear intent was terrifying. When Lu Hantian had injected a portion of his spear intent into the dragon-scale tyrannical bone spear, he had said that no one below the ultimate emperor stage could hurt Zhuowen. From this, one could see how powerful Lu Hantian's spear intent was. The blue ice crystals formed by the terrifying spear intent revolved around Zhuowen. The white-robed old man's terrifying attack also arrived in an instant. However, under the effect of the blue ice crystals, it was directly shattered and turned into ashes. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, the blue ice crystals swept towards the white-robed old man like a curtain of rain, causing him to retreat in a rather sorry state. His face was extremely gloomy. How is this possible? How can this child possess such terrifying spear intent in his body? How old is this Zhuowen? How can he comprehend the concept of perfection at such a young age? As he blocked the blue ice crystals in front of him, the white-robed old man continuously retreated in the void. His expression was even more unsightly. However, his heart was like a raging storm that was extremely unsettled. Puchi, as the white-robed old man retreated, a pillar of blood shot into the sky, and a large head flew into the air. Zhuowen had actually killed the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's head flew high into the sky. The fear and shock on his face had completely frozen. It was as if time had stopped and stayed on his face for a long time. Following that, the entire area fell into a strange and long silence. Everyone raised their heads in tacit understanding, and their gazes converged on the frozen head gulp. Finally, the black-robed old man's head fell to the ground with a thud. After rolling a few times on the ground, it came to a complete stop. Hiss, hiss. Instantly, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The grand elder of the Marquis of Baichuan's residence, Old Black, had fallen just like that. Such an outcome was truly unacceptable to the surrounding people. This was a 7-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Just like that, he had been killed by Zhuowen right in front of them. After the silence, an earth-shattering uproar surged through the surroundings. Dead. The grand elder of the Marquis of Baichuan's residence. Old Black has actually died. Just like that. How did this Zhuowen do it? Isn't he only at the ultimate emperor stage? With such strength, how did he manage to kill old man He? Gasps of surprise, uproar, and clamor filled the surroundings of the Baichuan Marquis mansion like a tsunami. The death of old man He had shocked everyone. Motherf asterisk cur, is my eyesight is failing me? That was the highest level of concept power. Has this fellow's spear intent reached the terrifying peak of perfection? He Hantian's Xian's body tremors could not help rubbing his eyes. He could not help but exclaimed shock was the Marquis of size. Just now, Zhuowen's spear strike had been too stunning. Not only had he blocked the attack of the white-robed old man, but he had also taken the black-robed old man's head with a single strike. Even the young man with the large saber was impressed by such a stunning spear strike. He knew that the concept of that spear strike had far surpassed his saber intent. He had mastered the advanced saber intent, so the only thing that could surpass his saber intent was the peak of perfection. He knew that Zhuowen's last strike had definitely used the peak of perfection spear intent. Phew, this kid is terrifying. The young man with the large saber squinted his eyes and looked at Zhuowen with fear. Originally, he had wanted to spar with Zhuowen for fun, but now he realized that the young man in front of him, who did not have a high cultivation, actually gave him a great sense of pressure and threat. Creak! The smile on Su Chang's face completely froze. He stared at Zhuowen below, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The black-robed old man was the supreme elder of the Marquis mansion, and one of the higher-ups of the Marquis mansion. But now he had fallen in front of him. How could Su Chang not be agitated and angry? Zhuowen, you little bastard, you dare to kill the black-robed old man. Who gave you the courage, you little bastard? Su Chang stared at Zhuowen below, and his voice was full of resentment. Who gave me the courage? Su Chang, you old dog, you're really full of yourself. You've tried to harm me time and time again. Now, you've even captured a member of my Zhuo family. You're saying that I shouldn't be killed for this grudge. You can't be so shameless. Are you saying that only you can kill my people, and I can't kill yours? But don't worry, I won't let your son, Su Tianliang, go. Holding the bone spear, Zhuowen's smile grew colder. He took a step and rushed toward Su Tianliang, his face full of murderous intent. Su Tianliang, today is the day you die. Zhuo Wen's loud and clear voice resounded throughout the entire open space like rolling thunder. Damn it! Looking at Zhuo rushing toward him, Su Tianliang's face changed greatly and his body trembled involuntarily. The strength that Zhuo had displayed was too terrifying. Even the Supreme Elder, the black-robed old man, was killed by him. How could he be a match for him? Elder White, save Tianliang quickly. Su Chang's eyes became extremely anxious, although he wanted to go down and help Su Tianliang. Unfortunately, Lu Nantian was watching him from the side. He had no chance to do anything and could only let the white-robed old man do it. The white-robed old man's strength was above that of the black-robed old man. He was an ultimate emperor realm expert and believed that he could stop Zhuo. The white-robed old man also knew the seriousness of the matter. With a shake of his sleeve, a powerful force surged out and instantly shattered the blue ice crystals in front of him. He took a step in the air and instantly appeared behind Su Tianliang. His withered hand grabbed Su Tianliang's collar. Suddenly, Su Tianliang was lifted off the ground, and the white-robed old man retreated dozens of meters away, with Su Tianliang. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Wen's bone spear arrived as expected, slamming into the ground where Su Tianliang had just been standing. Instantly, a ring-shaped wave of air spread out, with the bone spear as the center. Several li of the ground collapsed, turning into rubble and ruins. Do you think you can escape? Looking at Su Tianliang being taken away by the white-robed old man, the murderous intent on Zhuowen's face became even more intense. His right hand touched the shaft of the bone spear, intending to completely release the powerful spear intent that Lu Hantian had stored inside. Rumble! After completely releasing the spear intent, the blue veins on the surface of the bone spear gradually disappeared. However, the power of concept around Zhuo had reached an extremely terrifying level. Blue veins emerged from under Zhuowen's feet and extended to the surface of his body. Instantly, the surface of Zhuowen's body was covered with pulsing blue veins. At the same time, the power of Zhuo had also risen to an extremely terrifying level. Zhuo could not help but be startled as he felt the aura that had suddenly erupted within his body, as well as the numerous blue veins that covered the surface of his body. He did not expect that such a situation would occur when he completely activated the spear intent within his bone spear. The blue veins that covered the surface of his body were formed by Lu Hantian's spear intent. Now, Zhuowen's every move could unleash a portion of Lu Hantian's spear intent's power. It was equivalent to a clone of Lu Hantian, possessing a portion of Lu Hantian's power. Although Zhuowen's strength was still only at the ultimate emperor realm, with the support of Lu Hantian's terrifying concept, no cultivator below the ultimate emperor realm would be able to harm him. The white-robed old man was only at the ultimate emperor realm. If he wanted to harm the current Zhuo, it was simply a pipe dream. If Zhuo went all out, the white-robed old man might even be in danger. Let go of Su Tianliang, or die. Zhuo, who was covered in blue veins, looked rather strange and sinister. At this moment, his calm and cold eyes stared straight at the white-robed old man as he spoke each word clearly. The white-robed old man's face twitched. He could feel that Zhuowen's power was terrifying at this moment. He actually felt a trace of threat from this person. Although your spear intent is indeed terrifying, I'm afraid you're still not qualified to make me let go of the crown prince. Although I'm rather surprised that you were able to kill Old Hay, I'm not Old Hay. I'm much stronger than him. If you want the crown prince, don't even think about it. The white-robed old man narrowed his eyes. His voice was extremely low, but his tone was not that unyielding. If that's the case, then you can accompany your crown prince to the Yellow Springs together. With that, Zhuowen took a step forward, and a blue shadow flashed through the void. He instantly arrived in front of the white-robed old man and swung his spear. It was a simple spear, but it contained an extremely terrifying intent realm. When the intent realm exploded, the surrounding space collapsed and distorted, and the crisp sound of glass shattering could be heard. The white-robed old man's eyelids twitched. Zhuowen's simple spear actually gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation. How could a mere Ultimate Emperor Realm 5th will erupt with such terrifying spear intent? 5 dragons capturing hand. The white-robed old man shouted in a low voice. A claw that resembled a withered branch stretched out from the void. Instantly, a terrifying dragon roar resounded from the void behind him. Then 5 humongous chi dragons broke through the void and rushed over. The 5 dragons were in 5 different directions, vaguely forming the shape of a claw. They flew directly towards Zhuowen with a terrifying aura and monstrous might. Zhuowen was awe-inspiring and fearless. He took several steps forward in the void, and waves of air swirled and spread. The bone spear was like a venomous snake, turning into a cold light that filled the sky. It shuttled between the 5 dragons at a tricky angle. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the 5 terrifying dragons in the void cried out in pain. Their huge heads exploded, and all of them disintegrated into powder. What? The 5 dragons capturing hand was broken? The white-robed old man's expression changed drastically. Ever since Zhuowen erupted with his terrifying spear intent, he seemed to be a little too strong. Even his most powerful 5 dragons capturing hand was broken in an instant. Die! Zhuowen's expression was extremely cold. The bone spear in his hand pierced out again. Instantly, a terrifying shadow of the spear was left in the surrounding space. This shadow was produced when the spear intent reached an extremely terrifying level. Damn it! Block it for me! The white-robed old man shouted in a low voice. He held Su Tianliang in his left hand, and his right hand pointed at the void again. Immediately, a giant door of 100 feet appeared in front of him, wanting to block Zhuowen's fatal strike. The shadow of the spear arrived in an instant and pressed against the giant door, making a crisp sound. Then, the giant door collapsed inch by inch. The spear's momentum did not diminish as it swept past the white-robed old man. Pucci, Chapter 606. Fight to the death plop. The white-robed old man fell to the ground. Blood spurted out and splashed onto Su Tianliang's face. Su Tianliang was stunned. Dead. The white-robed old man is dead too? At this moment, Su Tianliang collapsed. He sat on the ground and stared at the young man with a spear in front of him. Too terrifying. Zhuowen is too terrifying. Even the 2 supreme elders were killed by him. Is he still human? At this moment, Su Tianliang had no intention to fight. He was terrified. He knew that the gap between him and Zhuowen was too big. It was impossible for him to defeat Zhuowen. Zhuowen, let me go. I beg you to let me go. Aren't your Zhuo family clansmen still alive? I only beg you to let me go. I'm willing to give up everything. The strong fear made Su Tianliang weak on the ground. His body was trembling, and he started to beg for mercy. Zhuowen's strength was like a mountain that pressed down on his heart. Su Tianliang even started to regret. He regretted provoking Zhuowen. He knew that Zhuowen would not put him in his eyes with his speed of growth. However, he thought he was smart and wanted to capture Zhuowen's family. He was just looking for trouble. Deng deng deng. Zhuowen came in front of Su Tianliang. He grabbed Su Tianliang's neck and slowly lifted him up. His face was expressionless and cold. Zhuowen, you little bastard, let go of Tianliang. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Su Chang, who noticed the commotion, could not hold it in anymore. Especially when he saw Zhuowen talking about Su Tianliang. His heart was in a mess. Now, he only had one son. If he died, so tragically, then there would be no successor. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. At this point, Su Chang still dared to put on airs in front of him. With a cold snort, Zhuowen slowly turned around. With Su Tianliang in his right hand, he faced Su Chang and spoke in a clear voice. Old dog Su Chang, do you think you're qualified to say this to me? Back then, you shamelessly schemed against me many times. If I wasn't lucky, I'm afraid I would have died a violent death. But at that time, did you ever think of letting me go? That's fine. I don't blame you for dealing with me. After all, I did kill people from your house of Marquis of Baichuan. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have dealt with my family and friends. Since you've done it, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's Zhuowen's family and friends. Since you've done it, you'll have to pay the price. At this point, Zhuowen's right hand suddenly exerted force. Then, Su Tianliang stopped struggling completely. His head was twisted irregularly and tilted to one side. His eyes were round, and he died with remaining grievances. As soon as Su Tianliang died, the entire Baichuan Marquis mansion fell into a strange silence. Zhuowen's performance was too shocking. The Marquis of Baichuan had sent out all the inner court elders to surround and annihilate Zhuowen, but they were all killed by Zhuowen. Not a single one of them survived. Even the two mysterious supreme elders had fallen at Zhuowen's hands. In an instant, the elite masters of Baichuan Marquis Mansion were almost all dead. This time, Baichuan Marquis Mansion suffered a great loss. Su Chang's only son, Su Tianliang, was finally killed by Zhuowen. Such a result made everyone feel a little incredulous. Baichuan Marquis Mansion besieged Zhuowen with murderous intent, but in the end, it ended up like this. It was really dramatic. Zhu Qi, do you still want to provoke Zhuowen? Remember, you're not allowed to provoke him in the future. Otherwise, don't expect me to save you. Xian Yuan, Li suddenly said to Zhu Qi. He knew very well that there was a certain grudge between Zhu Qi and Zhuowen. Now, seeing Zhuowen's terrifying strength, even Xian Yuanli had to treat him seriously. Zhuowen's scarlet eyes flashed slightly. He was really shocked by Zhuowen's shocking move. Even if Xian Yuanli didn't say it, he didn't intend to provoke Zhuowen. Otherwise, Su Tianliang's end was likely to repeat on him. The master of the meteorite's beautiful eyes flashed slightly and sighed. Zhuowen is really a genius. It seems that Qinglian made the right choice to befriend him. Luo Xing nodded. Her eyes were like stars in the night sky, staring straight at Zhuowen's figure. In her beautiful eyes, there was a strange color. The young man with the bone spear in his hand, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and with a wave of his hand, instantly killed the inner elder of Baichuan Marquis Mansion. At this moment, it seemed that he had a strange charm, attracting Luo Xing's gaze and making her involuntarily sink into it. Zhuowen, you are the first man that I admire, Luo Xing murmured in a low voice, her beautiful eyes flashing with light. At this moment, the young man with the large saber frowned slightly and muttered to himself, the terrifying spear essence just now didn't seem to come from this boy, but from the bone spear in his palm. That spear essence doesn't seem to be this boy's spear essence. Could it be that some expert poured his own spear essence into this boy's bone spear? The young man with the large saber had a mysterious origin, and his understanding of sword essence far exceeded that of others. At this moment, he could tell that there was something wrong with the spear essence on the surface of Zhuowen's body at a glance. He didn't believe that Zhuowen, at such a young age, could have comprehended the peak of spear essence. This was simply too heaven-defying. The young man with the large saber was not far from the truth. The terrifying spear essence on Zhuowen's body did not come from him, but from Lu Hantian, who had poured his own spear essence into the bone spear. If it hadn't been for Lu Hantian's spear intent, Zhuowen's strength would at most be comparable to the early stage of the Six-Wheel Emperor realm. Su Zhong, who was the head of the inner sect elders, would have been able to get rid of Zhuo when completely. Zhuowen, you little bastard, how dare you kill Tianliang? Today, I will definitely destroy you. Not only you, but even your family and friends will be wiped out. An earth-shaking roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Then, Su Chang's eyes turned red. He directly urged the huge river in the void to sweep towards Zhuowen. Its speed was so fast that the sky was immediately covered by the huge river. Su Chang, with me here, let's see how you'll kill Zhuowen. Lu Nantian sneered. He put his hands together, and the three sealed doors behind him suddenly descended from the sky. They directly suppressed the terrifying river in the void, causing it to be unable to move at all. Lu Nantian, you're really something. Do you think that you can destroy my house of Marquis, Baichuan, today? I think you're too naive. I originally didn't want to disturb my ancestor, but you forced me to do so. Today, your house of Marquis Qin will definitely be destroyed. Su Chang roared. He actually took out a jade pendant and crushed it. Then, an earth-shattering aura gushed out from the depths of the house of Marquis Baichuan. It was as if there was a terrifying primordial beast hidden in the depths of the house of Marquis Baichuan. Lu Nantian raised his eyebrows, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Chang was finally going to summon Su Lingtian. Earlier, when the inner elders were killed by Zhuowen, this guy didn't summon Su Lingtian. Su Lingtian was probably still in seclusion. Lu Nantian immediately thought of some possibilities. He knew that Su Lingtian hadn't appeared for a long time, so it was very likely that he was still in seclusion. What a terrifying aura. This aura is even more terrifying than Lu Nantian's. Could it be that there's a fourth reverend realm expert in the house of Marquis Baichuan? When the terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the house of Marquis, many of the surrounding experts were shocked. The aura was so powerful that it made them tremble. Swoosh! A figure flew out from the depths of the house of Marquis Baichuan. The aura around him surged, causing the air to flow backward and the space to collapse. It was an old man with a sharp gaze and a head full of silver hair. He wore a black robe that fluttered without wind. The aura that he emitted was as vast as the sea. It was incomparably fierce. The old man saw Su Chang, who was in a disadvantageous position not far away. His eyes flickered as he coldly shouted, "Lu Nantian, how bold of you to dare to offend my house of Marquis Baichuan. Do you plan on following in Lu Haren's footsteps?" As the old man spoke, he flicked his finger. A powerful strength condensed into a bullet that shot out. Immediately, Lu Nantian's three ceiling gates began to collapse inch by inch. Lu Nantian stuffily coughed as he drew back again and again. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as he gloomily glared at the old man. Who is this old man? He broke through Lu Nantian's ceiling gates with a single move and even caused him to draw back with injuries. The surrounding powerhouses were all shocked. This old man, that suddenly appeared was ridiculously strong. No matter how Lu Nantian was a powerhouse of the Xuanzuan realm, he still wasn't able to withstand a single move from this old man. This old man's strength was absolutely above that of the Xuanzuan realm. Su Chang, what is going on here? The old man stepped into the void and arrived beside Su Chang. As he looked at the mess around Arid Peace Palace, he frowned. Ancestor, the inner court elders have all died. Even the two highest elders and Tian Liang have died. Su Chang said, his face full of sorrow. What? The inner court Zhang Lai and the highest elders have died. Who did this? The old man's face turned gloomy when he heard that. The inner elders were the mainstay of the house of Marquis Baichuan. They were almost half of the foundation of the house of Marquis Baichuan. The two supreme elders were the trump cards of the house of Marquis Baichuan. They were the foundation of the house of Marquis Baichuan. But now, Su Chang said that the inner court elders and highest elders had all died. How could the old man not be shocked and angry? It's that little bastard Zhuowen. Su Chang pointed at the open space of Arid Peace Palace and pointed at the spear-wielding youth, his face full of hatred. He knew that since Su Lingtian had appeared, then Lu Nantian and Zhuowen would all die. Even the house of Marquis Qin would be finished. Thus, he became fearless. What? They were killed by this brat. Are you sure that the inner court elders and highest elders were killed by this brat? The old man's complexion immediately turned ugly. He thought that Su Chang was playing with him. This Zhuowen didn't even look 20 years old. So how could he possibly have the strength to kill the inner court elders and highest elders? It was indeed him. This junior really doesn't dare to deceive Ancestor. Su Chang anxiously said, Enough, enough. Since that's the case, I will eliminate this brat first. If he dares to kill the people of my 100 Rivers Marquis Mansion, then he is simply seeking death. Chapter 607. Danger surrounded by danger. The old man didn't really care about Zhuowen. From his point of view, Zhuowen was merely a 5-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator, even if he could crush him with a casual strike. Rumble! The huge palm tore through the void. The space overlapped, forming an endless palm imprint. Countless black holes formed, creating a terrifying spiral of qi. This palm was extremely terrifying, basically locking down all of Zhuowen's escape routes. What a terrifying person. A casual attack actually has such power. This person should be the ancestor of the Marquis of Baichuan, Su Lingtian. Feeling the huge palm print pressing down, Zhuowen's face was extremely gloomy. This Su Lingtian was indeed an existence that far surpassed Lu Nantian. Just this palm alone made him feel powerless. It really is Su Lingtian. Su Lingtian has actually stayed in the Marquis of Baichuan for nearly 100 years. It seems like he is really determined to seize the position of the county lord. Xian Yuanli frowned slightly, looking at Su Lingtian with eyes full of fear. Su Lingtian was already at the peak of the golden, venerable realm 100 years ago. Now that 100 years had passed, Su Lingtian had probably taken the last step to reach the heavenly venerable realm. And once he reached the heavenly venerable realm, he would be able to obtain the central imperial capital's Azure Emperor's reward. It would probably be a small matter for him to replace the county lord of Muqin County. Zhuowen is finished. Su Lingtian's cultivation is too terrifying. This kid can't possibly block it. It's a pity that such a genius falls like this. Qin Ye shook his head, his voice full of regret. The master of the meteorite frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Su Lingtian would directly attack Zhuowen the moment he came out, wanting to kill Zhuowen. Although she had a good impression of Zhuowen, she didn't think that Zhuowen could block Su Lingtian's attack. Standing beside the master of the meteorite, Luo Xing's heart was beating extremely fast. A rare look of worry appeared on her pretty face. Looks like we have to go all out. We have to block this attack. Big Brother Hantian's spear intent can still be used once more. I hope this time it will be able to block this attack. Zhuowen's expression turned extremely grave as he watched the palm print shatter the void, shatter space, and reverse time. He wiped the tip of the spear with his right hand, causing blood to spill out. Instantly, the remaining spear intent within the bone spear completely erupted. Countless blue veins shot out from the surface of the bone spear, forming a blue spear shadow that was hundreds of feet long in the air. A terrifying intent realm exploded, containing an unconcealable murderous aura. The spear was the path of the Overlord. It was unrestrained and unrestrained. This terrifying blue spear shadow had pushed the spear intent to the extreme. It was as if it was the sole ruler of the world, and no one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could rival it. This was spear intent, the concept of the spear. It was peerlessly overbearing yet unrestrained, and capable of looking down upon all mountains. The blue spear shadow, which was hundreds of feet long, shot out in the void, bringing with it countless blue spear prints. Layer upon layer, they accumulated in the surrounding space, almost forming a domain around it. It looked exceptionally terrifying. Rumble! At this moment, the huge palm print slammed down like a mountain, directly smashing onto the blue spear shadow. The blue spear shadow was awe-inspiring and fearless, and the terrifying spear intent exploded, transforming into the power of the domain, wanting to block this terrifying palm print. Rumble! The two merged in the void, and instantly, an extremely terrifying ring-shaped chi wave burst out. The surrounding space collapsed inch by inch, turning into fine powder. The air flowed upwards, forming a spectacular inverted waterfall, with countless black holes faintly appearing. Kacha! The terrifying explosion subsided, and the spear, shadow, and palm print were annihilated in the void. The two were actually evenly matched. Pucci! Although the palm print was offset by the spear's shadow, the aftershock that was transmitted caused Zhuowen to involuntarily vomit blood. He retreated more than 10 steps, and a trace of horror appeared on his face. The difference in strength between him and Zhuowen was too great. Just the aftershock was enough to injure him. If not for Lu Hantian's spear intent, Zhuowen would have been annihilated into fine powder long ago. Spear intent. And it's the peak of spear intent. How old is this kid? How can he possess such a terrifying spear intent? Su Lingtian frowned slightly, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. No wonder Su Chong said that the Intersect Elder and Supreme Elder had died at the hands of this kid. This spear intent was too domineering. Perhaps even those below the ultimate 9 wheels Emperor stage might not be able to block this terrifying spear intent. Ancestor, be careful. This kid relied on this spear intent to kill the Intersect Elder and the 2 Supreme Elders, Su Chong said with a solemn expression. Humph. This spear intent is indeed terrifying, but it's a pity that it doesn't belong to this little demon himself. It should have been injected into his bone spear by some powerhouse. Just now, when he blocked this king's palm, I'm afraid that the remaining spear intent has already been exhausted. Su Lingtian snorted coldly. His cultivation level was extremely high, and he could see the truth of Zhuowen's spear intent at a glance. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid seems to have a lot of secrets. When I capture him and interrogate him properly, I might be able to obtain some secrets from him. Su Lingtian chuckled and attacked again. Once again, a terrifying palm print descended from the sky. He was confident that Zhuowen definitely did not have the ability to block this attack. This time, he must capture this little bastard. Looking at the condensed palm print, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched, and the ominous feeling in his heart grew even stronger. Now that the spear intent in the bone spear had been completely exhausted, he had no means to block Su Lingtian's palm print. Big brother Han Tian, how long are you going to watch this show? Hurry up and attack. After calming down a little, Zhuowen suddenly roared towards the sky. He knew that Lu Hantian was silently looking down from thousands of miles above. He did not believe that Lu Hantian would not attack at this juncture. Could it be that there is someone behind this kid? Zhuowen's voice was clear and loud, and everyone in the surroundings naturally heard it clearly. Su Lingtian also heard it, and his face twitched. He knew that the person behind Zhuowen was most likely an expert who had mastered this terrifying spear intent. And any expert who could master this spear intent was extremely difficult to deal with. So Su Lingtian was quite cautious at this moment. This kid must be killed first, or else he will be a disaster. Thinking of this, Su Lingtian's killing intent burst forth, and his right hand suddenly pressed down. The terrifying palm print in the void soared to the extreme and instantly descended above Zhuowen's head. It only needed a breath's time to completely annihilate Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was beating extremely fast. His entire body was wrapped in an aura of death. Facing the vast and terrifying palm print above him, he felt for the first time that death was so close to him. "Old dog Su, you want to kill Zhuowen? I'm afraid you are not qualified." Just as the palm print was about to fall and annihilate Zhuowen, a wild and loud voice suddenly resounded in the whole world. Then, an unruly figure appeared in front of the palm print, and similarly struck out with his palm. The surrounding space was distorted and squeezed, and the terrifying palm print in the void was completely annihilated. The palm print was obliterated, and only now did everyone clearly see the mysterious figure that had appeared. This person's head and face were covered in dirt, his hair was disheveled, and his clothes were ragged, causing him to seem like a beggar. However, his eyes that emitted strands of bright light exposed that this person wasn't simple. Who is this person? He actually blocked Su Lingtian's attack so easily. The three magnates, master of the meteorite, Qinya, and Xianyuan Li, frowned slightly, and they were all puzzled about the identity of the old beggar in front of them. It should be known that Su Lingtian's strength was at least at the peak of the Golden Venerable Realm. If this old beggar could easily block Su Lingtian's palm print, didn't it mean that this person's strength was not inferior to Su Lingtian's? "Who are you?" Su Lingtian's expression did not look too good. At the same time, he was shocked that this old beggar in front of him could break his palm print. This old beggar, who was dressed inelegantly, was not simple. "Old dog Su, you are really forgetful. You don't even remember me. Open your dog eyes and look. I am your father, Lu Hantian." In the void, Lu Hantian stared at Su Lingtian with a gloomy gaze, and his words were sharp and unruly. In the face of Lu Hantian calling him an old dog, even Su Lingtian felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, he heard that this person called himself Lu Hantian, and he was instantly stunned. At the same time, the other experts around the Marquis's mansion were also stunned. Lu Hantian was extremely famous in the prefecture. Even though he had fallen in the inheritance of the Blood Devil, many people still took delight in talking about him. In the end, it was because the Lu Hantian back then was too monstrous. Now, this old beggar called himself Lu Hantian. Naturally, many people were stunned. Some even began to doubt their eyes. Why does Lu Hantian look like a beggar? Is he still that peerless genius? However, the aura on the old beggar's body was indeed terrifying. Although many people were skeptical of the old beggar's words, they did not dare to refute. After all, this was an expert at Su Lingtian's level. "How dare you impersonate Lu Hantian, I think you are courting death. Su Lingtian's eyes flashed slightly. He snorted coldly and suddenly struck out with his right palm, wanting to crush the old beggar in front of him. Impersonate? Old dog Su, this lord still needs to impersonate you. Back then, you caused this lord to be trapped in the Blood Devil's territory. If it weren't for a coincidence, this lord would have very likely been alone in the Blood Devil's territory for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't allow this lord to come out. Lu Hantian sneered. Hearing this, Su Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Back then, Lu Hantian was trapped in the inheritance of the Blood Devil's territory. However, not many people knew about this matter. Apart from the upper echelons of the 5 superpowers, no one else knew. However, this sloppy beggar before him was eloquent. This caused Su Lingtian to hesitate. He had never seen this person before, but he was able to speak of what happened back then. In particular, he could see a trace of familiarity in the old beggar's eyes. Could this person really be Lu Hantian? I really didn't think that even the Blood Devil's nest couldn't kill this guy. Su Lingtian's face darkened. If this person really was Lu Hantian, then this matter would be difficult to deal with. Lu Hantian's talent was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have plotted against a junior back then. It was this Lu Hantian's talent that caused his heart to palpitate. Chapter 608. Death. So what if you're really Lu Hantian? Your talent is indeed strong, but in just a short 100 years, what level can your cultivation reach? I'm afraid that peak martial saint is already the limit. The corners of Su Lingtian's mouth curled up slightly as a cold smile appeared on his face. With a stomp of his foot, an aura that was like that of a primordial beast surged out, causing the surrounding space to collapse and distort inch by inch. His aura was like a rainbow, like that of an emperor. In 100 years, this old man has already taken the final step and reached the Empyrean realm. Ha! With my current strength, even the Qing Emperor will probably put me in an important position. When the time comes, I will destroy your house of Marquis Qin and replace it. I'm afraid the Qing Emperor won't care too much. At this point, Su Lingtian revealed a smug smile. He hadn't touched the house of Marquis Qin for nearly 100 years because he knew the time wasn't right. Now that he had successfully advanced to the celestial venerable realm, such a cultivation level could be considered a powerhouse even in the Imperial City County. He would definitely be valued by the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor would probably not care too much about a mere county lord. Empyrean realm? Su Lingtian has actually advanced to the celestial venerable realm. No wonder he was so arrogant and threatened to destroy the house of Marquis Qin. Although Lu Hantian has returned, his strength shouldn't be too strong. It's already very impressive for him to be able to reach the peak of the utmost exalted realm. However, the difference between his cultivation and the current Su Lingtian is simply too great. Many people were surprised by the appearance of Lu Hantian, but when Su Lingtian revealed his cultivation of the celestial master realm, they all shook their heads and sighed, thinking that the house of Marquis Qin was doomed. He, a mere initial stage Empyrean, also dares to be cocky in front of your father? Old dog Su, you're really promising. Who would have thought that Lu Hantian would sneer and also take a step forward? An aura that was even more terrifying than Su Lingtian's enveloped the entire world and crushed down. Instantly, the world changed color. Lightning flashed, and dark clouds roiled like dragons. Su Lingtian's aura was actually completely suppressed by Lu Hantian's aura. Instantly, the smile on Su Lingtian's face froze, and his face turned red. Thud, thud, thud. What was shocking was that Su Lingtian, who originally had an imposing aura, was actually forced back by Lu Hantian's aura. His face was extremely unsightly. "You've also reached the Empyrean realm?" Su Lingtian's face was filled with shock and anger. He discovered that his aura was completely powerless against Lu Hantian's aura. Clearly, Lu Hantian's cultivation was above his. Su Lingtian naturally knew how difficult it was to reach the Emperor realm. He didn't think that Lu Hantian had reached the Emperor realm, so he was certain that Lu Hantian was definitely above the Empyrean realm. He was probably at the late stage or peak of the Empyrean realm. When he thought that Lu Hantian's cultivation had surpassed his, Su Lingtian's face sank to the extreme. However, his heart was in turmoil. How did Lu Hantian's cultivation increase so quickly? In just 100 years, he had gone from the ultimate Emperor realm to the peak of the Empyrean realm. This speed was too fast. Hee. Old dog Su, you must be very surprised, right? Although the Blood Demon's land of inheritance is filled with danger, sometimes danger and reward go hand in hand. The energy inside the Blood Demon's land of inheritance is much denser than the outside world. Cultivating inside is simply twice the effort for half the result. Lu Hantian's words rang out again. His tone was full of ridicule, as if he was mocking Su Lingtian for doing a good thing. Su Lingtian's eyes were gloomy. Lu Hantian's words were not necessarily wrong. He said indifferently, "Misfortune and fortune really come hand in hand. Lu Hantian, it's not bad that you're able to reach the Empyrean realm. However, we're both Empyreans. Although your realm is higher than mine, you can't kill me. How about this? The two of us will each take a step back. Moreover, our House of Marquis Baichuan is also willing to compensate you accordingly. As long as you hand over that little bastard behind you, we'll pretend that this matter never happened. Let us prepare for the upcoming war of the 9 counties together. Moreover, if His Highness the Qing Emperor knows that our House of Marquis Qin has produced 2 Empyrean realm experts, I'm afraid that he will take special care of our Muqin County. This will be extremely beneficial to the development of Muqin County. What do you think?" Su Lingtian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he became amiable and his tone became much gentler, as if he was talking to an old friend whom he had not seen for many years. However, Zhuowen's face changed slightly. Su Lingtian was really thick-skinned. Just now, he had threatened to destroy the House of Marquis Qin. Now that he saw that Lu Hantian was also an Empyrean realm expert, his face changed faster than the weather. He really had no sense of shame. "Oh, you want me to hand over Zhuowen?" Lu Hantian said coldly with his arms crossed in front of his chest. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Ha, Brother Liu, you also know that this little bastard has killed many people of our House of Marquis Qin. As long as you hand over this little bastard, I can compensate your House of Marquis Qin for your losses. What do you think?" At this moment, Su Lingtian was quite enthusiastic. He even called Lu Hantian Brother Liu. Even Zhuowen was a little embarrassed by how thick-skinned he was. "Hand over your son of a bitch. Zhuowen is my brother. How can an old dog like you touch him? What else can an old dog like you do besides bullying the weak and fearing the strong? You're simply a disgrace to Muqin County." Lu Hantian cursed with his arms crossed. "You, Lu Hantian, don't go too far. It's better to leave a way out." Su Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What a noisy old dog. I've long found you an eyesore. Just die for me." Lu Hantian muttered and stepped out into the void. Suddenly, his hair and clothes fluttered. He grabbed the void with his right hand and grabbed a blood spear that was about 10 feet long in his hand. He directly rushed towards Su Lingtian without caring about elegance. "You asked for it." Su Lingtian's face was ugly. He stomped his feet, and suddenly the monstrous sound of flowing water filled the surrounding space. Then A sea of rivers flowed out from the depths of the void like a huge dragon. There were at least 100 rivers surrounding the area. The 100 rivers, marquee, residences, armor soul, all rivers into the sea. The power of Su Lingtian's soul armor was much more terrifying than Su Chang's. Not only were there nearly 100 rivers and seas, but each river was also much bigger than Su Chang's. Just in time. I want to see how powerful your all rivers into the sea is. Lu Hantian laughed. He twisted his right hand, and the blood spear started to spin. The surging spear intent was like an invisible force that spread out and exploded with a terrifying might. The countless clouds in the sky were swept away and turned into nothingness. Boom, boom. Suddenly, hundreds of rivers surrounded Lu Hantian's tiny body like a giant dragon. But Lu Hantian was not afraid at all. The blood spear in his hand was like a cunning viper. Every time, it would attack from a tricky angle and break through the attacks of the surrounding rivers. For a time, the two of them were evenly matched in the sky. They were locked in a fierce battle. The aftermath of the battle spread out. The surrounding space collapsed and distorted, turning into countless black holes. Terrifying explosions rang out continuously in the sky. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Below the county, countless top powers were shocked as they looked at the terrifying battle that was taking place in the sky. This was a battle between two heavenly sovereigns. Every blow that was thrown out was extremely powerful, and it was not something that they could imagine. How terrifying! Worthy of being a battle between Empyrean realm powerhouses. Just the aftershocks that spread out actually gave me a kind of feeling of fear and trepidation. The master of the meteorite, Qin Nye and Xian Yuan, Li stood together and looked at the shocking battle in the void. Their faces were filled with shock. A battle between heavenly venerables was far beyond their understanding. Lu Nantian and Su Chang were also looking at the battle in the void nervously. They knew that the battle between Lu Hantian and Su Lingtian was very important. It would determine the survival of two superforces. They had to be cautious. Ancestor will not be defeated. Now, I have to deal with that little bastard Zhuowen first. He killed so many masters of my 100 River Marquis mansion and even killed Tian Liang. He must die. He must die. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Nanshan's attention was focused on the battle in the void, Su Chang's eyes flashed, and he slowly descended. As he approached arid Peace Palace, an endless might erupted from him. Jiang He, who was circling around him, was like a viper hunting its prey as he rushed out. Zhuo Dai, no one can live peacefully after killing the people of my 100 River Marquis mansion. You are no exception. Su Chang shouted as he leaped up. Borrowing Jiang He's strength, he instantly arrived above Zhuo Wen's head. His right palm was like a mountain as he slammed it down. What? Su Chang, you despicable bastard. The moment Su Chang's aura erupted, Lu Nantian, who had been paying attention to the battle between Lu Hantian and Su Lingtian, was startled awake. Lu Nanshan's face was filled with shock and anger as he rushed towards Zhuowen. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was too far away from Su Chang. It would take him 5 breaths of time to rush over. In such a short time, Su Chang would be able to kill Zhuowen. Damn it! Even at this time, that old bastard Su Chang is still thinking about revenge. In the open space, Zhuowen's complexion changed. As he saw Su Chang's palm approach him, his heart couldn't help but race. Su Chang was in existence at the peak of the 9-wheel emperor realm. Moreover, by relying on the realization of all rivers to reach the sea, he could even contend with a martial artist of the Xuanzuan realm. Zhuowen wasn't a match for such an existence. The disparity between the two was far too great. No, I can't die. I definitely can't die. I still have a lot of things to do. How can I die here? Shrouded by the fear of death, Zhuowen panicked for the first time. He thought of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding's expectations, and even the promise he made to Mu Qinxue. Everything bound Zhuowen like chains, making it impossible for him to give up. Uft! The terrifying palm arrived in an instant, and the terrifying might crushed down, causing Zhuowen to kneel on one knee. Blood flowed from his knee, and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Just the might alone was already so terrifying. If it had landed, Zhuowen would have definitely died. I don't want to die. Chapter 609. Secret of in an instant, Su Chang's terrifying palm print blasted down amidst sighs. A trace of delight appeared in Su Chang's eyes. He knew that the detestable brat in front of him was definitely going to die. Boom! The moment the palm print descended, an ink-black fog suddenly surged. Then, Su Chang was shocked to discover that Zhuowen's body had unknowingly been enveloped by a thick ink-black fog. Crack! The ink-black fog was extremely terrifying. It was so viscous that it seemed solid. When the palm print blasted onto the ink-black fog, it instantly collapsed. What exactly was this fog? It actually broke my palm print directly? Su Chang's eyes widened. He looked at the collapsing palm print, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He had used almost all of his strength in this attack. The attack of a 9-wheel emperor at the peak of the ultimate level was actually useless under this strange fog, as if it had entered a swamp. Humph! I'd like to see if this strange fog can stop my sea of all rivers. Su Chang's eyes were cold as he struck out with his palm. The waterfall-like river in the void scattered like a rainbow and immediately blasted onto the ink-black fog below. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Then, Su Chang was pleasantly surprised to find that the ink-black fog had actually collapsed under Jiang He's attack. Roar! Be that as it may, in the instant that the shroud dispersed, a resounding dragon's roar resounded over the world, echoing endlessly over the horizon. Then, everyone realized in shock that the shroud that Jiang He had scattered was fusing and reassembling endlessly. Whoosh! There was the sound of something tearing through the air. A huge black dragon that was several thousand feet long suddenly emerged from the ink-black fog. Its teeth were cold, and its black scales were like a forest. On its huge dragon spine, 3 pairs of black dragon wings were spread out. It rode the wind and stood there. Boom! As soon as this black dragon appeared, an earth-shattering dragon might descended like a huge mountain. It instantly froze the entire world. The void distorted, and the earth cracked. The moment this terrifying black dragon appeared, time seemed to have stopped. Whether it was Lu Hantian and Su Lingtian who were fighting in the void, or the countless powerful people who were watching from below, all of them could not help but focus their gazes on this black dragon. Dragon? Lu Hantian's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. The black dragon's dark golden eyes were filled with frost and ruthlessness. It stared at Su Chang, who was not far away, causing a chill to run down his spine. This black dragon that had appeared out of nowhere actually made him feel a sense of fear. It was as if he was as insignificant as an ant in front of this dragon. Roar! The black dragons roar. The dragons roar. Dragons, body. How terrifying! How did this black dragon appear? Could it be that Zhuowen? Su Chang's face was filled with shock. This terrifying black dragon had pounced on him as soon as it appeared. How could he not feel fear in his heart? After all, just the dragon's might alone was so terrifying. If they were to fight, it would be very dangerous. Endless rivers, rivers block it for me. Su Chang bellowed, and the huge river-armored soul in the void surrounded Su Chang like a waterfall, trying to block the mysterious black dragon. The black dragon's lips curled into a mocking smile. It instantly tore through the void and waved its huge dragon claws. Instantly, a powerful force tore through the void, and the river around Su Chang collapsed. Puke! Su Chang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His face was filled with horror. This black dragon was too terrifying. It was simply a massacre. After his armor soul had been materialized, it couldn't even withstand a single blow from the black dragon's claws. Swoosh! The dragon's claws tore through the void and pierced through Su Chang's body. Su Chang did not even let out a groan before he turned into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared. Roar! With Su Chang's death, the black dragon's eyes revealed a trace of exhaustion. It crumbled into countless black mist and entered Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Zhuowen was kneeling on the ground with one knee. He was extremely weak and had almost fainted. Su Chang was too strong. Zhuowen was no match for him. Just the power generated by the palm print had almost exhausted all of Zhuowen's strength. He had no strength to fight at all. If Zhuowen still had Lu Hantian's spear intent in his bone spear, he might not be in such a sorry state. Unfortunately, he had used up all of Lu Hantian's spear intent. Kid, I've used too much of my origin energy to materialize my dragon soul ahead of time. I'm afraid I'll have to fall into a deep slumber for a period of time. Take care of yourself in the future. Xiao Hei's weak voice suddenly rang out in his head. Materialization of the armored soul was something that could only be used by those at the 4th level. Zhuowen was only at the Ultimate Emperor realm right now, but Xiao Hei had not hesitated to exhaust her origin energy to materialize her armor ahead of time in order to save Zhuowen. This kind of injury would undoubtedly be one disaster after another. Xiao Hei! Xiao Hei! Zhuowen constantly called out Xiao Hei's name in his head. Unfortunately, there was no response. He knew that Xiao Hei had probably fallen into a deep slumber. I'm still too weak. I can't protect my friends and family. In the end, I still need Xiao Hei to exhaust her origin energy to save me. I'm still too weak. Zhuowen knelt on one knee and clenched his fist slightly. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Then his eyelids turned black, and he fainted. After a series of battles, Zhuowen had already exhausted all his strength. It was actually quite impressive that he had been able to hold on until now. Whoosh! Lu Nantian instantly arrived. He looked at the unconscious young man on the ground and sighed softly. He said to the Zhuo family members who were still in a daze not far away, "Don't worry, Zhuowen has only fainted. Quickly come and carry him to the house of Marquis Qin." When Zhuo Xiangding and the others heard this, they immediately carried Zhuowen in a fluster and walked in the direction of the house of Marquis Qin. At this moment, none of the remaining warriors in the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion dared to stop the Zhuo family members. Zhuowen's performance just now was too terrifying. In their eyes, the high and mighty inner sect elder could not even withstand a single blow from this young man. Even an existence like the Supreme Elder had fallen at the hands of this young man. They originally thought that Su Chang would kill this young man, but in the end, Su Chang had fallen. At this moment, everyone's definition of Zhuowen in their hearts was that this person was simply a malefic star. They must not provoke him. Once provoked, there would be a bloody disaster. At this moment, above the void, the battle between Lu Hantian and Su Lingtian had also come to an end. Although Su Lingtian was also a celestial master, it was a pity that he had just advanced to the celestial master realm and was only an initial stage celestial master. However, Lu Hantian was different. He was a peak celestial master, and was only a step away from the imperial power realm. The difference in strength between the two of them was still considerable. Lu Hantian did not even need to use his armor soul to reify. He could easily suppress Su Lingtian single-handedly. Break for me. Old dog Su, today is the day you die. Lu Hantian looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. He swung the blood spear in his hand. Suddenly, countless spear shadows filled the entire sky, as if the sky had been dyed red. In an instant, the hundreds of rivers around Su Lingtian were crushed into powder. Clang! A crisp sound rang out continuously. Then, the blood spear seemed to be shuttling through the void. A blood-red light flashed past and instantly arrived between Su Lingtian's eyebrows. A terrifying spear intent erupted, causing the speed of the blood spear to soar to the extreme. Su Lingtian's old face was filled with horror. However, this old man was extremely experienced in battle. He suddenly struck his palms to the side, and his entire body shifted a little. Then, the blood spear swept past his right arm. Puchi! Blood splattered as Su Lingtian's right arm flew off. It had been cut off by Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian, remember this. Su Lingtian, won't let this go. Su Lingtian's resentful voice echoed between heaven and earth. Su Lingtian suddenly formed a seal and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, his speed seemed to have teleported as he disappeared into the horizon. Before Lu Hantian could even react, Su Lingtian had already disappeared. Blood escape? This old man has quite a few secret techniques. He even has a secret technique with such a huge side effect, like the blood escape. However, so what if this old man escaped? After using the blood escape, this old man's cultivation will fall from the Empyrean realm. I'm afraid he won't be able to reach the Empyrean realm in the future. This person is nothing to fear. Lu Hantian's eyes flickered. He didn't put Su Lingtian in his eyes at all. The side effect of the blood escape was extremely huge. It was a secret technique that consumed the body's blood essence to achieve terrifying speed. A cultivator's blood essence was the essence of a cultivator and was extremely precious. Consuming a single drop would cause a great loss to one's vitality. This blood escape would consume more than a single drop. It would probably consume dozens of drops. Su Lingtian's cultivation would inevitably fall. Once one's cultivation fell, it would be extremely difficult to cultivate it back in the future. This was also why Lu Hantian didn't think Su Lingtian was anything to fear. After Su Lingtian escaped, Lu Hantian took a step forward and arrived beside Lu Nantian. He frowned and asked, "Nantian, where's Zhuowen?" Zhuowen consumed too much of his mind in the battle just now. In addition, Su Chong sneak-attacked Zhuowen at the end, so he fainted. He's now been sent to the house of Marquis Qin. Lu Nantian had a look of shame on his face. He was originally responsible for Su Chong, but because he was too engrossed in watching the battle between Lu Hantian and Su Lingtian, Su Chong took advantage of a gap and sneak-attacked Zhuowen. It's good that he's fine. Did you see that black dragon just now?" Lu Hantian nodded and suddenly asked Lu Nantian. There was an imperceptible light in his eyes. "I saw it. That black dragon seemed to have come out of Zhuowen's body. The way it appeared was similar to the materialization of an armor soul. As far as I know, only the inheritors of the Blue Dragon Hall can possess a dragon-shaped armor soul." Lu Nantian frowned. There was a trace of doubt on his face. A dragon-shaped armor soul was called a dragon soul. Dragons were a terrifying race that stood above all other creatures. They were blessed by the heavens. A cultivator who possessed a dragon soul would be stronger than other cultivators. They possessed extremely powerful and terrifying potential. Chapter 610. The fanatical Gua Shung Pitter Patter Patter. The rain was like a heavy piece of lead, rustling down and smearing the entire world with a layer of haze. It was as if the world had become completely silent at this moment, and only the sound of the rain outside the window could be heard. The battle between the House of Marquis Baichuan and the House of Marquis Qin had come to an end. The result was naturally a crushing defeat for the House of Marquis Baichuan. Not only were the elders of the House of Marquis Baichuan dead, but even the unfathomable Su Lingtian had lost his arm and fled under the deterrence of Lu Hantian. In just one night, the higher-ups of the House of Marquis Baichuan had either died or fled. The originally grand and powerful House of Marquis Baichuan had suddenly become too desolate. Lu Nantian did not kill them all. They had basically arranged for the elderly, women, and children of the House of Marquis Baichuan to leave the prefecture capital. Although Su Lingtian had caused the death of many of the House of Marquis Qin's geniuses, this was the decision of the higher-ups of the House of Marquis Qin. After all, this was the decision of the higher-ups of the House of Marquis Baichuan. It had nothing to do with the lower-level people of the House of Marquis Baichuan. Lu Nantian was not a bloodthirsty person, so naturally he would not do such a heartless thing as eliminating the root of the problem. Moreover, he was confident that the House of Marquis Qin now had two venerable realm experts. Among them, his elder brother, Lu Hantian, was a peak heavenly venerable realm expert. Even if the remaining members of the House of Marquis Baichuan wanted to take revenge on them, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. After the destruction of the House of Marquis Baichuan, the House of Marquis Qin naturally took over all the affairs of the House of Marquis Baichuan. Imperceptibly, the power of the House of Marquis Qin increased by several times, causing many other forces in the prefecture capital to be envious. In this battle at the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion, the most talked-about event was undoubtedly Zhuowen and Lu Hantian. Zhuowen had slaughtered all the inner court elders and the only two supreme elders in the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion. Such a brilliant battle achievement was enough to make many people feel that it was unattainable and even unbelievable. On the other hand, Lu Hantian was even more abnormal. With a single move, he severed the arm of Su Lingtian, the ancestor of the Marquis estate of Baichuan, forcing Su Lingtian to execute blood flight to flee for his life. Most of the credit for the destruction of the Baichuan Marquis mansion was due to Lu Hantian and Zhuowen. If it wasn't for these two, the Baichuan Marquis mansion wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Through word of mouth, the names of Zhuowen and Lu Hantian shook the entire province. With the existence of Lu Hantian in the House of Marquis Qin, it was likely that no other forces would dare to provoke them. As he slowly woke up and listened to the sound of rain outside the window, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. After waking up, he kept calling out for Xiao He in his mind, but he didn't get any response. Phew! Is she really in a deep sleep? After a moment of silence, Zhuowen suddenly sighed. He suddenly realized that he had lost Xiao Hei's voice and felt somewhat at a loss. Moreover, this time, he didn't know how long Xiao He would be in a deep sleep. In the past, I relied too much on Xiao He. It seems that from now on, I have to rely on my own abilities. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen knew that he had to rely on himself while Xiao He was in a deep sleep. Stretching his back, Zhuowen was just about to get up when a bright light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly leaped up, and an extremely powerful aura surged out of his body. I actually broke through to the late stage of the Ultimate Emperor stage. It seems that the battle at the Marquis of Baichuan's residence prompted me to break through. Sensing the increase in aura in his body, Zhuowen revealed a trace of a smile. As expected, battle was the easiest way to break through. Zhuowen had benefited greatly from battling more than a dozen inner court elders at the Marquis of Baichuan's residence. Thus, his breakthrough was naturally achieved. Creak! The soft sound of a door being pushed open slowly rang out. Then, the door to Zhuowen's side opened, and a silver-haired old man with a radiant face walked in. "Grandfather!" Zhuowen couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when he saw the old man in front of him. "Zhuowen, are your injuries better?" Zhuo Xiangding looked at his grandson in satisfaction. His old face was filled with gratification and pride. "Yes, much better. How long have I been unconscious? Is this the house of Marquis Qin? Also, how are the Zhuo family members?" Zhuo Xiangding walked in front of Zhuowen and asked a series of questions. "You've been unconscious for 3 days. This is indeed the house of Marquis Qin. As for the Zhuo family members, I've arranged for them to return to Rattan Armor City. Marquis Lu has agreed to turn Rattan Armor City into a super city." At this point, Zhuo Xiangding's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. Clearly, he was extremely excited when he thought about how their little Rattan Armor City could become a super city. Nodding his head, Zhuowen was also quite satisfied with Lu Nanshan's arrangements. He continued, "Then, how is Broken Rock City?" "Don't worry. Marquis Lu has also arranged for people to prepare to rebuild Broken Rock City. The 5 super cities that once attacked Broken Rock City have also been demoted to intermediate cities by Marquis Lu. A large amount of land and resources have been taken away from them." Zhuo Xiangding smiled. Hearing this, Zhuowen finally relaxed. Lu Nantian was indeed very thoughtful. Not only did he take care of Rattan Armor City, he even made arrangements for Broken Rock City. It seemed that he really owed Lu Nantian quite a big favor. "That's right. This time, I came to your room because someone is looking for you. So, I came to tell you to go to the guest hall." Zhuo Xiangding suddenly changed the topic and said, "Oh, someone is looking for me. Who is it?" Zhuowen frowned and asked doubtfully, "I don't know that person. He's a young man around 20 years old. He carries a large blade on his back and wears rough clothes. His strength is extremely terrifying. Moreover, Marquis Lu is also very polite to him. His background should not be low." Zhuo Xiangding shook his head. "He carries a large blade on his back." Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen quickly thought of a person. It was the terrifying young man who had comprehended blade essence that he had met on the way back to the county capital. That young man carried an extremely terrifying large blade on his back. Blade chi swept out with every movement he made. "Yes, let's go and take a look." After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen still decided to go and take a look. In fact, he was extremely puzzled in his heart. He had never met the young man with a large blade. Why would he specially come to look for him? After passing through the winding path, the two of them quickly arrived at the guest hall. At this moment, there were 4 figures sitting in the guest hall. The person in the lead was the sloppily dressed Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian was somewhat one-track-minded. After returning to the house of Marquis Qin, he did not tidy up his clothes. Instead, he still maintained the sloppy appearance of a beggar. This made Lu Nantian and the other senior members of the house of Marquis Qin feel extremely helpless. Sitting on either side of Lu Hantian were Lu Nantian and the white-clothed Lu Yitao. 3 days ago, when the house of Marquis Qin launched a campaign against the house of Marquis of Baichuan, Lu Yitao did not appear. Zhuowen guessed that Lu Yitao should be in closed-door training. In the center of the guest hall, a tall young man with a large blade on his back was sitting calmly with his legs crossed. What made Zhuowen's eyes slightly condensed was that Lu Nantian and Lu Yitao were extremely polite to the young man with a large blade. They were even a little afraid. Even Lu Hantian restrained the arrogance on his face. Zhuowen saw the performance of the three people. Therefore, he found that the young man with a large blade was not simple. Zhuowen's entry immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Lu Hantian, Lu Nantian, and Lu Yitao all nodded to Zhuowen. On the contrary, the young man with a large blade stood up and stared at Zhuowen with a fanatical gaze. Looking at the fanatical look in the young man's eyes, Zhuowen felt a chill all over his body. He felt a burst of nausea. This guy's gaze was too easy to make people misunderstand. "Ha, you're called Zhuowen, right? You're finally here. You ran pretty fast that day. I haven't had my fill yet. Come. Let's go out and spar." The youth with the large saber laughed out loud. Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but have a headache. Although he was not opposed to sparring, this young man with a large blade was like a sticky candy sticking to him. It made him feel extremely helpless. Zhuowen, his name is Guosheng. It seems that the two of you have known each other before. Lu Nantian quickly came over to smooth things over and said with a smile. Lu Yitao followed closely behind and looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. He had naturally heard about the matter of the Marquis by Chuan Mansion. Zhuowen had killed all the inner elders of the Marquis by Chuan Mansion and even beheaded 2 supreme elders. Zhuowen's actions could not only be described as sensational. When Lu Yitao first heard the news, he was extremely skeptical and could not believe it. However, when Lu Nantian personally admitted it, Lu Yitao had no choice but to accept this reality. "Guosheng? Is he very famous?" Zhuowen frowned slightly and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became quiet. Even the smile on Guosheng's face froze, and a trace of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. "Ha, Zhuowen, your words are really ruthless. To tell you the truth, Guosheng is in the top 10 of the Green Emperor list, ranked 9th. He is a genius who has comprehended blade intent. Moreover, this kid's master is not simple. He is the personal disciple of the domineering blade, Heavenly Venerable. He is an extremely famous genius in the Imperial City." Lu Hantian laughed and came to the side of Zhuowen and Guosheng. He deliberately pointed out Guosheng's origin. 9th on the Green Emperor list, master of the domineering blade, Heavenly Venerable. Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but be shocked. The Green Emperor list was the most valuable genius list in the Qingxian Empire. And those who could enter the top 10 were basically brilliant people. He really did not expect that this one-track-minded youth in front of him was actually the 9th existence on the Green Emperor list. Moreover, this person's master was the domineering blade, Heavenly Venerable. Although Zhuowen did not know this domineering blade, Heavenly Venerable, the title of Heavenly Venerable was basically a supreme expert in the Heavenly Venerable realm. Such an expert was an extremely terrifying existence in the Qingxian Empire. When a cultivator's strength reached the 4th Venerable realm, they would basically have a title. The title corresponded to the cultivator's strength. Lu Nantian's title was Xianzun Muqin, and he was an expert in the Xuanzuan realm. As for Lu Hantian's title, Zhuowen did not know. After all, Lu Hantian broke through to the 4th Venerable realm in the Blood Devil Inheritance Land. He probably did not give himself a resounding title. "Senior Hantian, didn't you just agree to allow me to compare notes with Zhuowen? You also know that there are too few cultivators who can comprehend concepts, so my hands are itching." Seeing Lu Hantian arrive, Guosheng immediately withered. Lu Hantian's strength was not inferior to his master, the domineering blade, Heavenly Venerable. Moreover, He was a terrifying expert who had comprehended spear intent. So, Guosheng did not dare to be disrespectful. Yes, however, you need Zhuowen's agreement. If he does not agree, you can't force others to compete, right? Lu Hantian shook his head. Chapter 611. Reaching a higher level, Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He could tell that Guosheng didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Guosheng merely wanted to learn from each other and improve. The reason why Guosheng chose Zhuowen was naturally because Zhuowen had also grasped a concept and formed a domineering spear intent. It was because of this that Guosheng valued him so much. All right, let's learn from each other. After thinking about it, Zhuowen still agreed. He knew that Guosheng was also a cultivator who had grasped a concept. Perhaps he could comprehend something new from Guosheng's blade, intent during the process of learning from each other. After all, his spear intent had only reached the elementary level. If he wanted to improve, he would need to learn from each other and practice on his own. How straightforward. Zhuowen, I like your personality. Come, let's go outside and learn from each other. Guosheng laughed loudly and leapt to the open space outside the hall. Zhuowen's lips curled up slightly as he followed Guosheng and stood opposite him. Lu Hantian and the other two also walked out of the hall and looked at the two people facing each other in the open space. This is just a spar. Don't get serious. Don't go overboard. Lu Hantian shook his sleeve and said indifferently. Guosheng and Zhuowen naturally nodded. Then they stared at each other. Guosheng laughed and said, "Ha, Zhuowen, you're much weaker than me, so I won't use force to oppress you. I'll suppress my strength to the mid-stage of the ultimate emperor stage. How about we compete in concepts?" "Sure. However, you need to suppress your strength to the late stage of the ultimate emperor stage, because I just broke through." Zhuowen grinned and stomped his foot. The aura of the late stage of the ultimate emperor stage surged out. His clothes fluttered, and his black hair danced wildly. He looked like a demon god descending from the sky. The late stage of the ultimate emperor stage. Lu Nantian and Lu Yitao's pupils shrank when they heard this. They still remembered that when Zhuowen broke out of the tower, he was only at the early stage of the ultimate emperor stage. It had only been half a month, but he was already at the late stage of the ultimate emperor stage. Lu Hantian wasn't surprised. He knew why Zhuowen's cultivation speed was so fast. It was because Zhuowen had the demon-suppressing green coffin. With the power of the blood demon within the coffin, his cultivation speed was naturally fast. Guosheng also looked at Zhuowen in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhuowen to break through in such a short amount of time. After muttering to himself that Zhuowen was a monster, he followed Zhuowen's instructions and suppressed his strength to the late stage of the ultimate emperor realm. "Be careful, Zhuowen. Although it's a spar, I'll still use my full strength." As he spoke, Guosheng took a step forward. Boundless saber qi swept out like a hurricane with him as the center. Then Guosheng took another step forward, bringing the saber qi with him as he instantly arrived above Zhuowen. Guosheng pressed down with his right palm, and countless streams of saber qi gathered to form a huge saber blade. Then he slashed down at Zhuowen. Zhuowen remained fearless, and with a shake of his right hand, profound spear insight erupted. Instantly, the surrounding space warped inch by inch. With him as the center, it was as if the surrounding space had frozen, and only his brilliant and ghastly spear light remained. Rumble! The spear light and the blade instantly clashed. Then an extremely terrifying hurricane rose up and spread out in all directions. Crack! Zhuowen bent his knees slightly. The ground beneath his feet cracked open like a spider web, revealing the soft soil beneath. Guosheng didn't even draw his saber. Although Zhuowen's strength was pretty good, it was a pity that the spear intent that Zhuowen grasped was only at the elementary level. The difference in strength was too great. There was no need for Guosheng to draw his saber. Zhuowen also knew the reason why Guosheng didn't draw his saber. He snorted coldly. 2 pairs of lightning wings spread out from his back. With a stomp of his foot, lightning covered the entire area. Zhuowen instantly retreated more than 10 meters, dodging Guosheng's blade qi. Rumble! The blade qi fell, smashing out a huge blade scar. Guosheng frowned slightly. He stomped his foot, and blade qi spread out from his body. His entire body was like a tyrannical blade as he rushed straight at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression turned grave. He spread out his lightning wings once again, turning into lightning and flashing behind Guosheng. His spear was like a venomous snake as it swept towards Guosheng's back. With the support of the spear intent, his speed soared to the extreme. Zhuowen, it's useless. Your spear intent is too weak. It's only at the elementary level. It can't break through my protective blade qi. Guosheng's voice slowly rang out. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Just as Guosheng said, Zhuowen's bone spear was blocked by the berserk blade qi the moment it pierced Guosheng's back. It was unable to advance even an inch. Boom! The moment the bone spear was blocked, a blade qi swept over and instantly blasted towards Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen's face was shocked. He immediately used the Great Nirvana Sun to open 360 acupoints. His body flashed with a golden light as he raised his left hand to block the blade qi. Bang! As the blade qi approached, Zhuowen retreated in the void. His left hand trembled, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was numb. However, he had annihilated the blade qi. Your physical strength is not bad, but your spear intent is too weak. I originally thought that you would be a good opponent, but now it seems that you are too far away. Forget it. I'm not fighting anymore. The fanaticism in Guosheng's eyes gradually faded as he shook his head in disappointment. Back then, Zhuowen's performance in the Baichuan Marquis Mansion was extremely stunning, now that he thought about it. He also knew that the terrifying spear intent that Zhuowen displayed at that time should have been Lu Hantian. You're not fighting anymore? Seeing the disappointment on Guosheng's face, Zhuowen's brows tightly knitted together. However, there was a trace of anger in his heart. In the beginning, this Guosheng was pestering him to spar. Now that he felt that it was meaningless, he actually gave up. Zhuowen was not going to let that happen. You're the one who suggested the spar. Unless you can beat me until I can't stand up, don't even think about leaving. With a cold snort, Zhuowen stomped his foot and moved his spear. A blazing spear light rose as it swept towards Guosheng once again, faintly showing signs of going all out. This guy, Guosheng could not help but be startled. Then, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of an interesting smile as he laughed. Since you're looking for a beating, then don't blame me. As he spoke, Guosheng also unceremoniously went up to meet him. Suddenly, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Countless saber lights and sword shadows constantly flickered in the air. Although Guosheng had suppressed his strength to the same level as Zhuowen, Guosheng's saber techniques were too skillful. Moreover, his saber intent had also reached a higher level. It was simply not something that Zhuowen could compare with. Therefore, Zhuowen was basically being beaten to death. Bang, bang, bang. Time and time again, Zhuowen was beaten down from the air and fell to the ground. However, Zhuowen climbed up time and time again, and still fearlessly faced Guosheng with an appearance of a desperate man. Big brother, should we stop him? Lu Nantian somewhat hesitantly asked. However, Lu Hantian shook his head and said, Only by experiencing the most bitter of hardships can one become a man above others. If Zhuo Wen wanted to progress further in his spear intent, he would have to put in enough effort and have an extraordinary level of perception. His perception is enough, but his effort is not enough. Hearing Lu Hantian's words, Lu Nantian did not say anything more. Instead, he looked at the figure that was basically being beaten up. Zhuo Wen's potential was limitless. In the Battle of the Nine Counties in a few months, there would definitely be a place for him. Therefore, he did not want anything to happen to Zhuo Wen. Boom! A golden light fell from the sky and fiercely hit the ground. It was the extremely embarrassed Zhuo Wen. Although at this moment, Zhuo Wen's figure was extremely embarrassed, the light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Roaming dragon throws heaven, and earth breaks, lone spear nine-linked countries despairs. Ruthless 100 world weapons, Long Ning's origin pits 10,000 people. While reciting the poem that he had read in Lu Hantian's cave, Zhuo Wen slowly closed his eyes. A mysterious aura slowly spread out from his body and directly formed a terrifying whirlwind. This kid has entered the profound comprehending realm. I'm afraid that when he wakes up, he will be able to completely grasp the next level of spear intent. Looking at Zhuo Wen, who was wrapped in a mysterious aura, Lu Hantian could not help but laugh out loud. It was as if he had entered the profound comprehending realm himself. He entered the profound comprehending realm. This Zhuo Wen's perception is so terrifying. In midair, Guosheng softly exclaimed and instantly landed on the ground. He looked at Zhuo Wen, who was not far away with his eyes tightly closed, and a strange expression appeared on his face. What a freak! After being beaten up, he can still comprehend something and enter the profound comprehending realm. Guosheng sighed as he shook his head. Zhuo Wen's talent was comparable to the monstrous geniuses in the imperial city. Senior Han Tian, I'll take my leave first. My master has urged me to hurry back and prepare for the Battle of the Nine Counties. When Zhuo Wen wakes up, please send my regards. Guosheng cupped his hands at Lu Hantian and the others. With a wave of his sleeve, countless saber qi surrounded him. His entire body turned into a sharp saber qi and swept towards the distant horizon. In an instant, he disappeared. This Guosheng is definitely a genius. This Battle of the Nine Counties will reshuffle the Green Emperor leaderboard. This Guosheng will definitely be able to enter the top 5 of the Green Emperor leaderboard. He has mastered the next level of saber intent. This kid is absolutely terrifying. Watching Guosheng disappear into the horizon, Lu Hantian could not help but mutter to himself. Beside him, Lu Nantian and LV Yitao nodded in agreement. Guosheng was indeed extremely terrifying. Guosheng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. With his terrifying blade intent, he was already invincible among his peers. Guosheng had even defeated many ultimate emperor realm ancient martial art practitioners in the past. He was definitely a terrifying genius. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the courtyard, Zhuo Wen had been in the profound comprehending realm for 3 days. However, when the sun set on the 3rd day, a terrifying aura surged out. Zhuo Wen slowly opened his eyes, and his face was filled with excitement. The 3 days in the profound comprehending realm were equivalent to 3 months of bitter cultivation. Not only had he mastered the next level of spear intent, but his cultivation had also naturally reached the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. He was only half a step away from the ultimate emperor realm. Where's Guosheng? Looking around, Zhuo Wen did not see Guosheng. This time, he was able to enter the profound comprehending realm mainly because of Guosheng. Guosheng has already left Muqin County. His master, Lord Tyrant Blade, summoned him back to prepare for the Battle of the Nine Counties in 4 months. Before he left, he asked us to send his regards to you. We'll meet again in the imperial capital, Lu Hantian said with a smile. Chapter 6:12. A marriage contract. There were only 4 months left until the Battle of the Nine Counties. The atmosphere in the prefecture capital had become much more solemn. Everyone knew that the Battle of the Nine Counties was related to the honor of Muqin Prefecture. It was also a way to display Muqin Prefecture's strength. Zhuowen didn't stay at the house of Marquis Qin for too long. He only stayed for 3 days before setting off for Rotten Armor City. With the bronze paper kite as his mount, although Rotten Armor City was far away, it was nothing for Zhuowen. He could reach it in a few days. A green shadow flashed by, and Zhuowen stopped in the sky above Rotten Armor City. Looking down at the city under construction, Zhuowen smiled. He knew that Lu Nantian was indeed preparing to turn Rotten Armor City into a super city. He could even feel many powerful warriors below. These warriors were probably transferred from the house of Marquis Qin by the Lu Nantian. Their purpose was to speed up the construction of Rotten Armor City. What surprised Zhuowen was that there was a huge statue erected at the gate of Rotten Armor City. The statue was in the image of himself. Looks like I've become famous too. Shaking his head and laughing, Zhuowen patted the green bird under him. With a loud cry, the green bird circled in the sky and slowly landed in Rotten Armor City. At this moment, many people in Rotten Armor City noticed the green bird that landed. The young man on the back of the green bird gave them a sense of familiarity. After landing, Zhuowen put away the bronze paper kite and directly flew towards the Zhuo family. He instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. That young man looks so familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. The warriors who were originally scattered around building the city all looked at the young man's disappearing figure in confusion. They felt that the young man looked very familiar. Look, isn't that young man's face very similar to the statue outside the city gate? Could that person be the legendary Zhuowen? No one knew who it was, but someone pointed at the statue outside the city gate and spoke with an excited expression. Immediately, it attracted the gazes of many people to the statue. Sure enough, they discovered that the young man's face was 90% similar to the statue's. The statue looked a little younger, and the young man was a little more mature. However, their faces were the same. Yes, that person must be Zhuowen. After recognizing Zhuowen, quite a few cultivators in the surroundings were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with reverence. Zhuowen's deeds had not only spread in the provincial capital, but had basically spread to the entire Muqin province. Zhuowen was a genius who rose from nothing and grew step by step, defeating countless geniuses in Muqin County. Even the destruction of Baichuan Marquis Mansion was inseparable from Zhuowen. It could be said that Zhuowen's deeds were filled with miracles and brilliance. With so many sensational deeds, Zhuowen was like a legend in the hearts of all the ancient martial art practitioners in Muqin County. Many ancient martial art practitioners saw Zhuowen as a role model. The ancient martial art practitioners of Vine Armor City were even more fanatical about Zhuowen. Many of them were even proud to be citizens of Vine Armor City. Zhuowen naturally did not know his current status and weight among the other warriors. Even if he knew, he would not be excited or happy because of this. He was very clear that the law of this continent was that the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. This was the only law since ancient times. Zhuowen's current achievements did not fall from the sky out of thin air. He had exchanged his life for them time and time again. Although there were opportunities without a strong will and hard work, even if the opportunities were in front of you, you might not be able to obtain them. Experts were never made overnight. Instead, they had to walk through endless bitterness and tears. Zhuo Wen himself was very clear about this principle, so he had never felt proud or complacent. Instead, it was a matter of course because this was the result of one's hard work. Furthermore, Zhuo Wen's goal was not just to become a powerhouse. He needed to become even stronger. He needed to be strong enough to cover the sky with one hand, strong enough to shatter galaxies, strong enough to be indestructible. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Zhuo Wen's goal was an unreachable dream. But Zhuo Wen knew that what he needed was not the result, but the process. He needed to set an unreachable dream for himself. Otherwise, if he did not even have a dream, he would become lost and at a loss. After returning to the family, Zhuo Wen handed over the majority of the resources he had obtained from the Blood Devil inheritance to Zhuo Xiangding. He knew that if the family wanted to rise, resources were very important. The resources he had obtained from the Blood Devil inheritance were comparable to half of the foundation of a superpower. Zhuo Wen knew that with these resources, it would only take 10 years for the Zhuo family to develop to an unprecedented level. Although it would not be comparable to a superpower, it would not be a problem for the family to surpass the majority of the super cities. When Zhuo Wen took out a terrifying amount of resources, Zhuo Xiangding was stunned. Soon after, his face lit up with ecstasy. These resources were extremely important to the Zhuo family. Currently, there were many talented seedlings among the Zhuo family's younger generation. If they wanted to nurture these seedlings into elites, they would undoubtedly need a huge amount of resources. The resources Zhuo Wen had given them were more than enough for the Zhuo family to develop into a large family. After handing over the resources in his hands to Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuo Wen wanted to return to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion and enter seclusion. However, Zhuo Xiangding stopped him. "Grandfather, is there anything else?" Zhuo Wen could not help but ask when he saw Zhuo Xiangding's hesitant expression. "Come with me first. I want to show you something." Zhuo Xiangding seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly pulled Zhuo Wen into the inner room. Then Zhuo Wen saw Zhuo Xiangding rummaging through the inner study as if he was looking for something. "Found it," Zhuo Xiangding said in pleasant surprise. Soon after, he took out a somewhat shabby brocade box from the corner of the bookshelf. The surface of the brocade box was even covered in cobwebs. It seemed to be from a long time ago. "Grandfather, this is—" Zhuo Wen asked in confusion. Well, Xiangding handed the brocade box to Zhuo Wen and said with a smile, "You'll know when you open it. This old man originally thought that you would never use this. However, your talent and performance have surprised even your grandfather. You should be able to use this thing." With a puzzled expression, Zhuo Wen finally opened the brocade box. Inside the brocade box was a palm-sized scroll. It looked extremely small. The surface of the scroll was slightly yellowed, which was a sign of time. Zhuo Wen took the scroll and unfolded it. It was filled with dense black handwriting, and each handwriting was only the size of a thumb. Zhuo Wen browsed line by line, and his expression became increasingly strange. After reading, Zhuo Wen's gaze fell on Zhuo Xiangding and said, "Grandfather, this is a marriage contract?" "Ha ha, that's right, this is indeed a marriage contract. Moreover, the one you are engaged to is the daughter of the Grand Family, one of the 5 great families of the Imperial City. She is Grand Lily." At this point, Zhuo Xiangding's voice trembled slightly. "Grand Family?" There were a total of 7 extremely powerful forces in the Imperial City. Other than the Imperial family and the Imperial City's Blue Dragon Hall Branch Palace, there were also 5 great families scattered in the 5 major areas of the Imperial City. These 5 great families were extremely powerful, and each of them had a strong foundation. Even the House of Marquis Qin, the #1 force in Muqin County, might not necessarily have a stronger foundation than these 5 great families. After all, the imperial city was the head of the 9 counties. The size of the county far exceeded the other 8 counties. These 5 great families were the top forces of the imperial city. They controlled a part of the imperial city's lifeline, and their foundation was even more terrifying than the average county lord. As one of the 5 great families, the Grand Family's foundation was naturally terrifying. Zhuowen had also heard of Grand Lily before. She was the proud daughter of the Grand Family. Her talent was extremely powerful, and it was said that she was one of the top 10 existences on the Green Emperor leaderboard. Her strength was unfathomable. He did not expect that he would actually have a marriage contract with such a proud daughter of the Grand Family. This was somewhat unrealistic. The Grand Family was high and mighty, and was one of the 5 great families of the imperial city. On the other hand, the Zhuo family was merely an insignificant small family in a low-level city. One was in the sky, and the other was in the ground. How did this marriage contract come about? As if seeing Zhuowen's doubts, Zhuo Xiangding shook his head and said, "It's a long story. Zhuowen, 20 years ago, there were actually no 5 great families in the imperial city. There were only 4 great families. The Grand Family rose to prominence in the last 20 years. 20 years ago, the Grand Family was just like us, a small family in Rattan Armor City. Back then, the Grand Family and our Zhuo family were family friends, so our relationship was extremely good. Later on, a peerless genius appeared in the Grand Family. His name was Grand Haohai, and he is the current head of the Grand Family. This person's talent was extremely terrifying. Back then, he and your father, Zhuo Xiaotian, became the Rattan Armor duo. The 2 of them were about the same age, had terrifying talent, and had similar cultivation levels. Therefore, the 2 of them were close friends. 20 years ago, Grand Haohai's daughter was born. At that time, you were not yet born. You were born a year later. Back then, Grand Haohai and Xiaotian joked that if Xiaotian's descendant was a boy, then they would set a child marriage. This marriage contract was signed at that time. Hearing this, Zhuowen was slightly speechless. This marriage contract was really a bit of a joke. At that time, he was not yet born. If it had dragged on for a few years, wouldn't he have had to marry a woman who was a few years older than him? Later on, Grand Duke Howren didn't want the Grand Duke family to fade into obscurity, so he resolutely moved the Grand Duke family to the imperial capital county. Xiaotian and Grand Duke Howren had a deep relationship, so he also helped the Grand Duke family move. After that, the Grand family settled down in the imperial city, while Grand Howren and Xiaotian went to the imperial city to work hard. They wanted to make a name for themselves there. A year later, Xiaotian returned from the imperial city with a baby in his arms. That baby was you. After he handed the baby to me, he left the Grand Family again, without saying a word. It was because of this departure that all news of Xiaotian disappeared, like a clay ox entering the sea. After Xiaotian disappeared, the Grand Family rose rapidly in the imperial capital county. The speed of their rise was so fast that it almost reached a shocking level. In a short 20 years, the Grand Family went from a small, unknown family to one of the 5 great families. And this marriage contract of yours only lasted for 20 years. In these 20 years, the Grand Family did not mention the marriage contract, nor did they return to Vine Armor City. I'm afraid they have long forgotten about this small city. At this point, Zhuo Xiangding said hesitantly, "Back then, I did not take out this marriage contract because our Zhuo family was too insignificant to the Grand Family. However, Zhuowen, you are different. Your talent is even greater than your father's. If a genius like you brought this marriage contract to the Grand Family, you would definitely be accepted by the Grand Family and even be put in an important position. Chapter 613. The nirvana of the great sun had passed away. Zhuo Wen's brows furrowed slightly. He had not expected that there would be such a secret in this marriage contract. Moreover, the Glan family, one of the 5 great families of the imperial capital, which was at the peak of its power, had once been a small, nameless family in Rattan Armor City. Back then, I was brought back by my father. Then, my father did not say where he was going? Zhuo felt that there was something fishy about this. Whether it was his father's disappearance or the rise of the Glan family, he had a feeling that perhaps the head of the Glan family, Glan Haohai, knew some clues about his father's disappearance. Moreover, the speed at which the Grant family had risen was somewhat unimaginable. In a short 20 years, they had grown from a small family in a low-level city to one of the 5 great families of the imperial capital. Their foundation had even surpassed the Muqin Marquis Mansion. This kind of rise speed was extremely abnormal in Zhuo Wen's opinion. Back then, after your father handed you over to me, he left immediately. He did not leave any message. However, at that time, I could see the sadness and exhaustion in his eyes. I did not know what he had experienced back then, and could not stop him. Zhuo Xiangding shook his head. Then, who is my mother? Suddenly, Zhuo Wen's body trembled. Although he had not seen his parents since he was young, he knew that his father's name was Zhuo Xiaotian. However, he did not even know his mother's name. This was the pain that Zhuo Wen had hidden in his heart. Since he was young, he had no parents and was bullied because of his lack of talent. This grievance had always been hidden in the depths of Zhuo Wen's heart. Even if the real Zhuo Wen had been replaced by another soul, this grievance had always existed and suppressed the emotions in Zhuo Wen's heart. I'm sorry. Zhuo Wen, I really do not know your mother. Back then, your father did not reveal any information. Perhaps only your father can answer this question. Zhuo Xiangding shook his head and smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's heart was bitter. As a son, he did not even know his mother's name. He did not even know what his mother looked like. One could imagine how low Zhuo Wen's heart was at this moment. If you want to know your background, then you have to find your father. Back then, your father went to the imperial capital with Grant Haohai. Perhaps you might be able to find some clues when you go to the imperial capital during the War of the 9 Counties. At this point, Zhuo Xiangding's eyes shone brightly. As Zhuo Xiaotian's father, Zhuo Xiangding naturally hoped to find his son. Unfortunately, Zhuo Xiangding's strength was too low. He did not even have the qualifications to enter the imperial capital, so there had been no news of Zhuo Xiaotian for many years. Grandpa, don't worry. On this trip to the imperial city, I will definitely investigate my father's whereabouts. Zhuo Wen nodded and said seriously, yes, just accept this marriage contract. If you go to the imperial capital, you can go to the Grant family first. With your talent and this marriage contract, I'm afraid Grant Haohai will put you in an important position. Zhuo Xiangding suddenly said with a smile. Zhuo Wen shrugged, helplessly. He had never seen Grant Haohai before. Moreover, as the proud daughter of the Grant family, it was unlikely that she would give herself to a disciple of a small family like him. Therefore, Zhuo Wen did not have much hope for this marriage contract. Moreover, in the depths of his heart, Zhuo Wen was even somewhat against this marriage contract. After all, his heart was already filled with Mu Qinxue. How could there be room for another woman in his eyes? Yes, when the time comes, I will go to the Grant family. However, it will not be because of the marriage contract, but because of my father. Looking at the gratified expression on Zhuo Xiangding's face, Zhuo Wen secretly decided that since Grant Haohai was his father's best friend, then he must know some secrets about his father's disappearance. Therefore, Grant Haohai was an extremely important person to find Zhuo Xiaotian. The Battle of the Nine Counties is only about 4 months away. Grandpa will not disturb you anymore. Go back and cultivate well. Zhuo Xiangding slightly nodded and said to Zhuowen with a smile. Zhuowen bowed, and then left the hall, returning to the Zhuo family's Veiled Dragon Pavilion. More than 2 years had passed, but the Veiled Dragon Pavilion had not changed much. The decorations inside were almost the same as before. Moreover, it looked extremely clean. Obviously, there were people taking care of it regularly. Young Master, you are young Master Zhuowen. You are finally back. This old servant pays his respects to young Master. An excited voice came from the depths of the courtyard. Soon after, an old man with white hair hurriedly came in front of Zhuowen and respectfully bowed. His wrinkled face was filled with excitement and excitement. Lu Tao, looking at the old man with white hair in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes could not help but reveal a trace of reminiscence. The old man in front of him was the housekeeper of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Lu Tao. When Zhuowen first became the pavilion master of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Lu Tao had been following him wholeheartedly. He was personally promoted by Zhuowen. I really didn't expect it. I haven't been back for more than 2 years, but you are still taking care of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion every day. Lu Tao, you have worked hard. Looking at the familiar decorations around the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Zhuowen knew that even though he had not been in the family for 2 years, Lu Tao had done his utmost to take care of this empty pavilion. Hearing these words, Lu Tao immediately trembled with excitement. Zhuowen's great name had practically spread throughout the entire Muqing County. Lu Tao clearly knew just how frightening of a monstrous genius this seemingly ordinary young man before him was. Being praised by Zhuowen, Lu Tao was indescribably excited. He immediately said, I am the housekeeper of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. It is my duty to take care of the affairs of the pavilion for you. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Lu Tao's loyalty made Zhuowen quite emotional. His eyes flickered, and he took out a cold 6-leaf grass from the spiritual ring. He said, This is a 3rd-grade spiritual medicine, 6-leaf mysterious grass. The cold Yin force inside is enough to help you advance to the Yin void realm. Lu Tao's talent was very ordinary. After more than half of his life, he was still at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Although he was only 1 step away from the Yin void realm, he was too old and his potential had been exhausted. It was basically impossible to take this step without the help of medicine. Seeing Lu Tao's loyalty and devotion to the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Zhuowen naturally wanted to secretly help him. Lu Tao was a little hesitant. A 3rd-rank spirit herb was too precious for him. Even the genius disciples of his family might not be able to obtain such a spirit herb. He was just an insignificant servant. How could he obtain such a spirit herb? Take it. I'm the pavilion master of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and you're the steward. This is what you deserve. With a flick of his finger, the 6-leaf mysterious grass turned into a stream of light and lay quietly in Lu Tao's palm. Then, Zhuowen slowly entered the hidden dragon pavilion. In the remaining time, he needed to consolidate his cultivation base and realm in order to prepare for the upcoming battle of the 9 counties. Thank you, young master. Lu Tao hurriedly bowed to the ground, his face full of excitement. It was a 3rd-grade spiritual medicine. With this 6-leaf mysterious grass, there was almost no doubt that he would advance to the Yin void realm. In the practice room, Zhuowen silently sat cross-legged. His eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, Now my cultivation has reached the late stage of the 5-wheel emperor realm. I hope to break through to the 6-wheel emperor realm within 3 months. And I've been at the entry level of the Nirvana grandson for a while. I hope to make a breakthrough during this period of time. Great Son Nirvana was an emperor-tier body-tempering technique. Zhuowen had once opened 360 acupoints in his body on Zhongling Mountain in the Essence Qi Pagoda. Reaching the entry level, the toughness of his body was comparable to an earth-tier numinous treasure. Moreover, the Nirvana grandson was divided into 5 levels, namely Yuanji, annihilation, nirvana, dharma, and immortality. Zhuowen had reached the entry level, and the next level was Yuanji. Nirvana has the meaning of being reborn from fire. The Nirvana grandson has also mentioned that if I want to cultivate this body-refining technique quickly, I must use the extreme yang qi. Speaking of this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Speaking of the extreme yang qi, there was nothing more suitable than the earth fire in his body. Moreover, he had more than one kind of earth fire, but 6. I don't know if it's possible to refine the body with earth fire. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stamped his foot. Suddenly, the 9-heaven thunder flame burst out from his body. Then, under Zhuowen's control, countless thunder flames immediately attached to his body. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Instantly, the sound of burning objects rang out, following which Zhuowen's skin began to turn black under the high temperature of the 9-heaven thunder flame. Zhuowen couldn't help but groan in pain. Zhuowen didn't have any protective measures at the moment. Directly touching the earth fire, like the 9-heaven thunder flame with his body, was like being exposed to a sea of fire. One could imagine the pain he was in. Rays of golden light lit up on the surface of Zhuowen's body like small suns. The intense golden light constantly resisted the corrosion of the 9-heaven thunder flame. Old monk Zhuo sat cross-legged within the sea of flames. Although the high temperature of the flames caused him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead, he forcefully endured it. He knew that this little bit of pain was nothing if he wanted to become stronger. Time passed slowly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Zhuowen was basically in hell. Regardless of whether he was cultivating or resting, he was basically immersed in the earth fire. Moreover, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the earth fire not only strengthened his physical body, but also increased the speed at which his meridians absorbed yuan qi. The speed of cultivation in the earth fire was actually several times faster than outside. During these 2 months, Zhuowen also constantly increased the number of earth fire. At first, it was 1 type of earth fire. Then, it slowly increased to 4 types of earth fire. Zhuowen discovered that as the number of earth fire increased, the speed of his cultivation also increased by several times. Boom! In the technique practicing room, 4 different colored earth fire constantly revolved around a figure. The figure's body was flickering with a golden light like a god or a demon. When the temperature of the 4 types of earth fire reached its peak, the golden light on the figure's body also reached its peak. Then, the golden light soared into the sky and pierced through the roof of the technique practicing room. In the void, a golden giant that was close to 1,000 feet tall walked through the air. The golden giant was enraged, and its pillar-like feet were covered in endless golden flames. Yuanji, the golden giant spat out these 2 words. Then, its huge body turned into countless spots of light and entered Zhuowen's body. Chapter 6:14. Thunder-winged, rock the golden light receded, revealing Zhuowen's strong, bronze-colored upper body. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with surprise. The Nirvana Vairocana had finally broken through to the beginner level and reached the first stage, death. I can clearly feel that my physical body is many times stronger than before. With my current physical strength, I can probably break through a top-grade, earth-rank spiritual treasure in 1 move. He clenched his fists slightly. Instantly, a golden light flashed like the sun. His bones crackled, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Zhuo Wen revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Even though the strength of his body was still unable to compare with a heaven-rank spirit treasure, it had absolutely surpassed a top-grade earth-rank spirit treasure. In other words, the strength of Zhuo Wen's body was between top-grade earth rank and low-grade heaven rank. Zhuo Wen knew that if he could break through to the second stage, death, his physical body would improve even more. He should be able to reach the low-grade heaven rank. At that time, Zhuo Wen would be like a human-shaped spiritual treasure. His physical body would be terrifying. The phenomenon caused by the breakthrough of the Nirvana Vairocana naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators in Rattan Armor City. When these cultivators discovered that the phenomenon came from the Zhuo family, the confusion on their faces faded and was replaced by understanding. The news of Zhuo Wen's return had already spread throughout Rattan Armor City. The phenomenon just now was indeed shocking. However, if it was caused by Zhuo Wen, it was only natural for these cultivators. There's still more than a month. At that time, I should be able to leave for the imperial capital. I should be able to break through again during this time and reach the ultimate six-wheel emperor realm. Feeling the strength of his physical body, Zhuo Wen was very satisfied. Since the Nirvana Vairocana had already broken through, he should now focus on breaking through to the ultimate six-wheel emperor realm. Dong, dong, dong. The crisp sound of knocking slowly rang out, causing Zhuo Wen to frown. Then, Lu Tao's voice came from outside the door. Young master, master has invited you. I heard that an important guest is coming to the residence today and needs you to come out and welcome them. Lu Tao's voice was extremely respectful as it slowly rang out. Important guest? Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's face revealed a trace of surprise. He really did not know what kind of important guest it was that he needed to go out and welcome them personally. However, since this was Zhuo Xiangding's wish, Zhuo Wen naturally he would not refuse. Since he had just broken through, it was Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuo Wen naturally he would not refuse. And translations. Creak. When the door opened, Lu Tao stood respectfully by the door. At this time, the aura in Lu Tao's body was much stronger than it had been 2 months ago. Moreover, his every movement emitted traces of cold air, which was the sign of the Yin Void realm. It seemed that Lu Tao had successfully broken through to the Yin Void realm with the help of the six-leaf mysterious grass. Zhuo Wen was quite satisfied. Bring me there. Zhuo Wen said faintly and followed behind Lu Tao. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the family's main hall. There were many people gathered in the hall, including Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuo Baitian, and Zhuo Dingtian. The rest were basically the upper echelons of the Zhuo family. Looking at Zhuo Xiangding and the others in the hall, Zhuo Wen frowned. He was more curious about the so-called important guest. Grandpa! Stepping into the room, Zhuo Wen immediately smiled, beaming with joy. Zhuo Wen! Zhuo Xiangding laughed and gave Zhuo Wen a big hug. First, Uncle Zhuo Baitian, and second, Uncle Zhuo Dingtian, also greeted Zhuo Wen. The eyes of the other upper echelons glowed as they stared at Zhuo Wen. They knew how terrifying the status and strength of the young man in front of them was. Grandpa, Lu Tao just told me there would be an important guest. Who is this important guest? After greeting the others, Zhuo Wen asked curiously, "Ha, you'll know later. Let's go to the city gate and wait. They should be here by noon. Speaking of which, this distinguished guest is related to you." Zhuo Xiangding's lips curled up slightly as he pretended to be mysterious. Zhuo Wen was confused. Could the important guest related to him be the ones from the prefecture capital, or Lu Hantian's big brother? However, after thinking about it, Zhuo Wen felt that something was wrong. He could only give up and follow Zhuo Xiangding and the others to the city gate. At the city gate of Rattan Armor City, Castellan Gu Yutian, Gu Xian, and the other corps members were lined up on both sides of the city gate. When they saw Zhuowen and the others, they immediately went up to greet them. "Zhuowen, congratulations!" Gu Tian congratulated Zhuowen as soon as he came up. This confused Zhuowen. He didn't have any good news recently. Why were all these people congratulating him? "Grandpa, what's going on? Who is your important guest?" Zhuowen sighed and stared at Zhuo Xiangding as he asked helplessly. Zhuo Xiangding's face was radiant. He smiled and said, "Do you remember the Glan family that I told you about 2 months ago? Perhaps Glan Haohai still remembers the engagement. He sent a message yesterday saying that someone from the Glan family would come to visit today. I'm afraid it's because of the engagement." "Yes, Zhuowen, this is great news. The Glan family is one of the 5 major families in the Imperial Capital Prefecture. They have a terrifying background. If you can marry the Glan Lily, then the Zhuo family will have a chance to rise in the future." Gu Tian came over and stared at Zhuowen with envy. The Glan Lily was quite famous in the Imperial Capital Prefecture. Not to mention the sensational things she had done in the past, just the fact that she was one of the top 10 geniuses on the Qing Huang leaderboard was enough to spread her name far and wide. Glen Baihe was a monstrous genius whose strength and potential were not inferior to Guosheng's. Moreover, it was said that Glen Baihe was extremely beautiful and had a beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts. There were many geniuses who pursued her in the Imperial Capital County, and she was an extremely popular woman. There were many geniuses in the Imperial Capital Prefecture who wanted to get close to such a girl, but couldn't. However, Zhuowen was now engaged to such a proud girl. Even Gu Tian felt that Zhuowen was quite lucky. Zhuowen frowned and said in a deep voice, "Did the Glan family say that they sent someone over because of the engagement? They should be here soon. The time stated on the engagement is when you are 20 years old and the conditions of the engagement will be fulfilled. Originally, I thought that after 20 years, Glan Haohai would have forgotten about the engagement of our Zhuo family. However, it seems that Glan Haohai still remembers." At this point, Zhuo Xiangding's face was filled with a happy smile. Everyone else also had smiles on their faces. At this moment, Zhuo Xiangding was relieved, but Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling that the people from the Grant family would not be so simple. Moreover, Zhuowen did not place much importance on the marriage contract. Now that things had turned out this way, it might really be a little tricky. "Let's wait for the Glan family to arrive first." Zhuowen sighed and could only wait silently at the city gate. Time gradually flowed by. Around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, an enormous ray of light surged over from the distant horizon. At the same time, a thunderous roar resounded across the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble. The streak of light was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Rattan Armor City. Only then did everyone notice that the streak of light was a huge bird that was hundreds of feet long. Its entire body flickered with lightning. What was even more surprising was that this huge bird's wings were formed purely from lightning. It looked extremely colorful. Thunderwing Rock. When the huge bird appeared, many people below cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with shock. This Thunderwing Rock was extremely famous in the Heavenly Armor continent. It was said that it possessed the bloodline of an ancient beast. At birth, it possessed the strength of an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. With lightning wings on its back, its speed was extremely terrifying. It could travel thousands of miles in a single leap. The Thunderwing Rock before them had a vast aura. It should be at the level of an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Anyone who could possess a mount like this was either a powerful expert or a noble son from a powerful family. There were 4 figures standing on the back of the thunder-winged rock. One of them was a woman, and 3 of them were men. The woman was about 18 years old. She was dressed in an elegant emerald dress with ribbons. She held a black whip in her hand. She was beautiful with a hint of heroism. As for the other 3 men, 2 of them were rather young. They were around the same age as LV Itao, probably around 23 years old. One of them wore long yellow robes. He had a tall nose and held a folding fan in his hand. His clothes were elegant and graceful. The other man had a cold expression. He wore tight black robes, and his eyes were long and narrowed. They were as cold as a poisonous snake's. The 3rd person was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. This old man stood silently behind the 3 of them. When he opened and closed his eyes, there would often be an imperceptible light flashing through them. The aura on his body was also somewhat unfathomable. An expert. Looking at the old man standing behind the 3 of them, Zhuowen's pupils shrank imperceptibly. This old man's aura was hidden extremely well. However, from that obscure aura, Zhuowen could still feel that this old man's aura contained a fatal aura. This old man's cultivation was definitely not low. Although it was not as terrifying as Su Chang's, it should be about the same as the Grand Elder of the house of Marquis Baichuan. Are the 4 of you the distinguished guests of the grand family? Come down quickly. Let us entertain you properly. Zhuo Xiangding clasped his hands and said in a clear voice, "Are you the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Xiangding?" In front of the Thunderwing Rock, the woman with the soft whip stared at Zhuo Xiangding with her beautiful eyes. Her crisp voice rang out, "That's me." Zhuo Xiangding replied with a smile. "Then who is Zhuowen?" The woman's beautiful eyes turned slightly, and her eyes immediately landed on Zhuowen, who was carrying a green coffin not far away. Zhuowen's appearance was too strange. He was constantly carrying the demon-suppressing green coffin, so it was impossible not to attract attention. "That's me." Zhuowen took large strides forward. His sharp eyes stared at the woman without avoiding her gaze as he calmly replied, "What an arrogant and bold brat. Do you know who Narcissus is? She is the 2nd miss of the grand family. Shouldn't a junior like you kneel down and greet Narcissus before speaking? Or are you simply a bastard who doesn't know any etiquette?" As soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, the cold man in black standing beside the woman immediately pointed at Zhuowen and shouted. Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but be stunned. However, his expression turned cold as he said indifferently, "Your master hasn't said anything yet? What are you barking like a dog at the side for?" Chapter 6:15. Break off the marriage woman's expression became extremely cold. He narrowed his eyes at the man in black. He didn't seem to recognize this person at all. He had never even seen him before. However, this person kept calling Zhuowen a bastard. No matter how good a person's temper was, it was unlikely that they would accept such humiliation. Moreover, this person even asked Zhuowen to kneel down and salute. With Zhuowen's personality, it was naturally impossible for him to accept such an insult. "What did you say? You little bastard, do you dare say it again?" The man in black couldn't help but be stunned. He originally thought that Zhuowen would do as he said, but he didn't think that Zhuowen would dare to refute him. What right did this Zhuowen have to boast so shamelessly in front of him? He was only a disciple of a small clan from a low-level city. Zhuowen's fame was indeed great in Muqin County, but in the distant imperial capital province, no one had heard of Zhuowen. With the arrogance of the factions in the imperial capital province, they did not even bother to investigate the situation in other provinces. As a result, although everyone in Muqin County knew of Zhuowen, The 4 people from the imperial capital province did not know anything about Zhuowen at all. They still thought that Rattan Armor City was still a low-level city, and that the Zhuo family was an insignificant disciple of a small clan. TSK, I couldn't tell that you were such a wretch. You've obviously been scolded like a dog, yet you still want to listen to it again. You're really despicable to the bone. I'm afraid you're even worse than a street dog. Zhuo Wen shook his head, and the corners of his mouth were filled with a cold smile. With these words, the scene fell silent again. Not only were Zhuo Xiangding, Gu Yutian, and the others stunned, even the 4 people on the Thunderwing Rock were stunned. They all stared at the young man below with strange gazes. Did this person not know that they were from the imperial capital province? Where did a disciple of a small clan from a low-level city get the guts to refute them like this? Good. What an eloquent little bastard. Wait until I pull out all your teeth. Let's see how you'll talk then. The veins on the black-clothed man's forehead bulged. His eyes were filled with a monstrous rage as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. A terrifying aura erupted like a volcano and suddenly spread out, forming an extremely terrifying hurricane in the surroundings. Mid-Ultimate Emperor realm, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the man in black. The imperial capital county was truly blessed with outstanding talents. The man in black, who seemed to be the woman's attendant, had actually reached the mid-stage of the Ultimate Emperor realm. No wonder Lu Hantian had once said that the imperial capital county's foundation and power far surpassed the other 8 counties. In addition, the top 10 on the Azure Emperor rankings were basically obtained by the geniuses of the imperial capital county. Lu Hantian's words were not an exaggeration. Silently mobilizing the energy in his body, Zhuowen was secretly on guard against the black-clothed man. Suddenly, that terrifying aura completely disappeared. The leader of the group stretched out her hand and stopped the black-clothed man, who was about to teach Zhuowen a lesson. Qin Mu, don't forget why I'm here. Don't cause any more trouble for me, the woman said coldly. Hearing this, the black-clothed man's eyes flashed. He retracted his foot and stood silently behind the woman. However, his vicious gaze was constantly fixed on Zhuowen below, like a venomous snake that had locked onto its prey. Zhuowen had insulted him in front of everyone. He was going to settle this score properly. Head of the Zhuo family, bring us to the Zhuo family hall. The green-clothed woman glanced meaningfully at Zhuowen and said indifferently, seeing that the green-clothed woman had stopped the black-clothed man, Zhuo Xiangding heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly led the way. Zhuowen, that green-clothed woman is Glanhauren's second daughter. She's also Glan Lily's younger sister, Glan Daffodil. You better not show off too much. The Glan family is not something we can afford to offend. When Zhuowen lifted his foot to follow, Zhuo Xiangding's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but be stunned. However, he still nodded and replied, "Grandfather, don't worry, I know what to do." Although he said that, Zhuowen didn't take it to heart. Zhuo Xiangding didn't know about his relationship with Lu Hantian. With Lu Hantian as his backing, Zhuowen wasn't particularly afraid of the Glan family. The Qing Xian Empire was vast, but only the Qing Emperor had reached the Emperor realm. Therefore, Lu Hantian's strength could be said to be at the peak in a certain sense. Even the head of the Glan family, Glan Haohai, was only at this level. Furthermore, Zhuowen wasn't afraid of these people making things difficult for him. This was because he still had the teleportation talisman that Lu Hantian had given him. As long as he crushed this talisman, Lu Hantian would sense it and instantly appear beside him. Glan Daffodil and the other 3 walked at the very front. Zhuo Xiangding was leading them from the side. His expression was extremely respectful. However, Gland Daffodil and the other three didn't appreciate it at all. Seeing Zhuo Xiangding's warm face being snubbed, Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. He didn't have a good impression of Gland Daffodil and the other three anymore. When they arrived in the hall, Gland Daffodil naturally sat in the main seat. The left and right seats were basically taken by the other three. Zhuo Xiangding didn't care at all and led the others to sit below. Meanwhile, Zhuowen sat at the last seat with a cold smile. He wanted to see why these four people came to the Zhuo family today. Haha, I didn't know that Miss Gland Daffodil had graced the Zhuo family with your presence. I wonder if Miss Gland Daffodil has come to the Zhuo family this time for the engagement from 20 years ago. Zhuo Xiangding's face was full of smiles. However, he was rather excited. Although he didn't like the attitude of Gland Daffodil and the other three, this engagement involved Zhuowen's big matter. He didn't want to ruin it because of his personal emotions. Otherwise, with Zhuo Xiangding's personality, how could he compromise like this? The corner of Gland Daffodil's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on her charming face. She said indifferently, "That engagement paper that was left in your Zhuo family back then is still there, right? Take it out and give it to me." When Gland Daffodil said this, the smile on Zhuo Xiangding's lips faded a lot. He frowned slightly and said, "What does Miss Gland Daffodil mean? Didn't you come here today to honor the engagement from back then? Why do you want us to hand over the engagement?" "Honor the engagement? Old Zhuo, I think you're really delusional, aren't you? Miss Baiha is a proud daughter of the heavens. She's one of the top existences in the entire imperial city. She's even a monstrous genius that the imperial family has paid attention to." Before Gland Daffodil could say anything, the man in black suddenly opened his mouth. His gaze swept over Zhuowen, who was sitting at the last seat, and sneered, "Do you think a little bastard like your Zhuo family has the qualifications to be worthy of Miss Baiha? I think a bastard like this is quite compatible with those pigs and dogs." Crack! When the man in black said this, Zhuo Xiangding suddenly crushed the armrest of the table. He did not look at the man in black. Instead, he stared straight at Gland Daffodil and said indifferently, "Miss Gland Daffodil, please control your family's dog. This dog's mouth is quite smelly. It's disturbing our mood. You're courting death." The man in black stood up and was furious again. He wanted to attack Zhuo Xiangding. Just now, Zhuowen had cursed him like a dog. Now that Zhuo Xiangding was rubbing salt on his wound, how could the man in black endure it? "Qin Mu, sit down. Do you still have any respect for me?" Gland Daffodil's pretty face darkened. The man in black had acted without her consent twice, which made her feel extremely displeased. At this moment, she coldly shouted, and her tone was extremely rude. "Second miss, Qin Mu was impulsive just now." The man in black named Qin Mu felt a chill in his heart and quickly admitted defeat. Although Gland Daffodil's cultivation was similar to his, the old man standing behind Gland Daffodil was an elder of the Gland family, who was specially sent by Gland Haohai to protect Gland Daffodil. This old man's strength was unfathomable, and killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, when he saw Gland Daffodil was angry, he quickly lowered his head and admitted defeat. However, in his heart, he already hated the Zhuo family. Zhuowen and Zhuo Xiangding, this grandfather and grandson pair, had made him lose face in front of everyone twice. This had already caused Qin Mu's heart to boil, with killing intent. A guy who doesn't think before doing things. Holding a folding fan, the man in yellow, standing on the other side of Gland Daffodil, sneered. Qin Mu did not refute, but his heart became more and more furious. He stood straight on the right side of Gland Daffodil and did not say a word. "Ha ha, Zhuo family head, don't be angry. Although Qin Mu's words are unpleasant, what he said is indeed the truth. Although your Zhuo family and the Glan family were family friends, that was in the past. Now, the Glan family is one of the 5 great families of the imperial city and is no longer what it used to be. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The difference between your Zhuo family and our Glan family is too great. If our 2 families are still connected by marriage, then it really is somewhat inappropriate. Daffodil knows that the Zhuo family head is a reasonable person, so you shouldn't care about these things in the marriage contract, right? Glan Daffodil opened her red lips slightly, but the words that came out of her mouth made the hearts of the Zhuo family members in the hall heavy. They knew that Glan Daffodil had come to the Zhuo family, this time because of the marriage contract. However, it was not to honor the marriage contract from back then, but to break off the marriage contract. Glan Haohai also has the same intention. Zhuo Xiangding's wrist trembled slightly as he asked in a low voice. Old sure, my father personally sent him to me. Glan Daffodil smiled faintly as she pointed at the old man behind her. Hearing that, Zhuo Xiangding's heart sank to the extreme. Glan Daffodil's words undoubtedly meant that breaking the marriage contract this time was made by Glan Haohai. Good. The Glan family is indeed worthy of being one of the 5 great families of the imperial city. Our Zhuo family really can't match up to them. Glan Haohai is also good. No wonder he was once Xiao Yan's good brother. Zhuo Xiangding flicked his sleeves and left with a mocking smile. Glan Daffodil's delicate nose wrinkled slightly. Zhuo Xiangding's attitude made her a little uncomfortable, but she did not care too much about it, and continued, Daffodil knows that the Zhuo family head is a reasonable person. Then, I would like to ask the Zhuo family head to hand over the marriage contract now. Zhuo Xiangding shook his head and said, the marriage contract is not with me. Head of the Zhuo family, don't play with us. Although our Glan family is quite far from Muqin County, exterminating a small family like yours is still a piece of cake for us. Glan Daffodil's beautiful face darkened slightly as she said coldly, How impressive! Exterminating a small family with ease? Your Glan family is indeed worthy of being one of the 5 great families of the imperial city. Hee, the marriage contract you want is with me. Chapter 6:16. Letter of Divorce Whoosh. Zhuowen slowly stood up with a hint of anger in his eyes. He wasn't angry because Glen Narcissus wanted to break the engagement. After all, he didn't know that Glen Lily, and he agreed with her breaking the engagement. However, Glen Narcissus and the other 3's attitude towards the Zhuo family made Zhuowen extremely angry, especially Glen Narcissus' high and mighty attitude. It was as if the Zhuo family was as insignificant as ants in her eyes. His grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding, had already lowered himself, but the 4 of them felt that it was right and proper. Their words weren't courteous at all. How could Zhuowen not be angry? So it's on you. You must have seen the marriage contract, right? With your Zhuo family. A child from a small family like you isn't worthy of Sister Lily. I think you should know your place, right? Glen Narcissus glanced at Zhuowen with a mocking smile. She didn't put a mere Zhuowen in her eyes, so her words were very natural. This marriage contract was signed by Glen Haohai and my father, Zhuo Xiaotian, 20 years ago. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to change the marriage contract? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, What did you say? Who do I think I am? You're just a child from a small family. How dare you speak like that in front of me? Even the patriarch of your Zhuo family doesn't dare to be so impudent. What qualifications do you have to refute me? Glen Narcissus' face darkened. She was originally the golden branch and jade leaf of the Glen family. Since young, everything had gone according to her wishes. When had anyone ever refuted her? At this moment, Juoen actually talked back to her. Glen Narcissus naturally felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Second miss. This child is arrogant, conceited, and conceited. He's clearly just a little bastard from a small family. How dare he be so impudent in front of us? Let Qin Mu teach this child a lesson for you. The black-clothed man, who was originally silent, suddenly stood up and cupped his hands towards Glen Narcissus. However, his gaze was fixed on Juoen with a cold expression. Glen Daffodil shook her head and stared at Juoen, saying, "Juoen, you're not an impulsive person, are you? This time, we're only here for the marriage contract. Of course, we won't ask for it for nothing. We've also brought a lot of things as compensation." As he spoke, the Glen Daffodil flicked his finger, and a stream of light appeared and landed in the middle of the hall. Spirit ring. Juoen looked at the ring in Glen Narcissus's hand in surprise. His heart was slightly moved. This spirit ring could only be created by 4 Supremacy Realm experts. The Glen family's foundation was indeed not bad. This Glen Narcissus actually had a spirit ring. I brought 2 Monarch rank armor skills, 10 4th grade spirit herbs, and a low grade Earth rank spirit artifact this time. I presume these things ought to be sufficient to compensate all of your losses, right? Glen Narcissus' words slowly sounded within the space. Immediately, the items that Glen Narcissus had mentioned earlier appeared in the middle of the hall. Looking at the 2 armor skills, 10 4th grade spirit herbs, and a low-grade Earth rank spirit artifact on the ground, Juoen's face was filled with a cold smile. If it was the Zhuo family of the past, these items would indeed be considered extremely precious. However, it was different now. The resources that Juoen had obtained from the Blood Demon inheritance far exceeded the 3 items that Glen Narcissus had taken out, not to mention Juoen. Even Zhuo Xiangding and the others probably did not think much of these items. Seeing that the upper echelons of the Zhuo family in the hall were indifferent, Glen Narcissus frowned slightly. Although these items were insignificant to the Glen family, they were like treasures to a small family like the Zhuo family. Originally, Glen Narcissus thought that these items were enough to shock Zhuo Xiangding and the others. However, she did not expect that the truth was not what she had expected. What? Is it not enough? Glen Narcissus said coldly. Zhuo Xiangding and the others did not speak. Instead, they looked at Juoen. Right now, the backbone of the Zhuo family was Juoen. Moreover, this matter was related to Juoen. Naturally, Juoen would make the decision. Seeing that Zhuo Xiangding and the others were all staring at the young Juoen, as if they were following Juoen's lead, Glen Narcissus was rather puzzled. Could it be that the huge Zhuo family was led by this Juoen? Perhaps it's because this marriage contract is related to this Juoen. That's why Zhuo Xiangding and the others are acting like this. Glen Narcissus thought to herself. She did not care much about the actions of Zhuo Xiangding and the others. At this moment, Juoen's gaze became colder and colder. This Glen Narcissus had never put the Zhuo family in her eyes. Her words were dignified, but in reality, her goal was to break off the marriage contract. Slowly taking out the marriage contract from his chest, Juoen said indifferently, "The marriage contract is indeed with me. Moreover, I'm not very interested in this marriage." "You're really sensible. It's impossible for your Zhuo family to be worthy of our Glen family, and you're even more unworthy of Sister Baiha. Wouldn't it have been better if you had taken out the marriage contract earlier?" Glen Narcissus smiled. However, Juoen shook his head and sneered. "Do you really think that our Zhuo family cares about your Glen family? Aren't you being a little too full of yourself?" As he spoke, Juoen flicked his finger. The spirit ring on his finger flickered, and he immediately took out a piece of paper and a pen. Glenn Narcissus and the other three also noticed the spirit ring on Zhuowen's finger. Their pupils shrank. They naturally recognized the spirit ring. This spirit ring could only be owned by the four Supreme Realm experts. The number of people in the Glenn family who could own a spirit ring did not exceed 2 digits. However, Zhuowen, who they did not put in their eyes, actually had such a precious spirit ring on his hand. How could this not surprise Glenn Narcissus and the other three? Ignoring the strange looks on the four's faces, Zhuowen took the pen and immediately wrote on the white rice paper. What was this kid doing? Zhuowen's actions at this moment immediately caused Glenn Narcissus and the other three to frown. However, they did not ask. Instead, they watched coldly from the side. They wanted to see what this kid wanted to do. In the time of 5 breaths, the rice paper was filled with perfectly round black words. Zhuowen took a deep breath, put away the pen, and picked up the paper. Everything was done in one go. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen immediately handed the rice paper to Glenn Narcissus. After that, Zhuowen's voice slowly rang out. You don't have to take the marriage contract. This is the letter of divorce that I personally wrote. Since your Glenn family looks down on our Zhuo family will naturally not be cold to you. This letter of divorce will end the marriage contract between our 2 families. Letter of divorce? Glenn Narcissus took the rice paper and browsed through the black words on the paper. However, her pretty face slowly darkened. This time, she did not come here to ask for the letter of divorce. Instead, she came here to secretly destroy the marriage contract. After all, their Glenn family was one of the 5 great families of the Imperial City. If others knew that their Glenn family had a marriage contract with a nameless small family like the Zhuo family, it would be enough to make them a laughing stock. The purpose of their trip was naturally to destroy the marriage contract. As long as the marriage contract was destroyed, naturally, no one would know about the marriage contract between the Glenn family and the Zhuo family. In addition, they would give the Zhuo family some benefits and make the Zhuo family swallow their broken teeth. Then, everything would become unknown. However, Zhuowen writing the letter of divorce in front of everyone had completely disrupted Glenn Narcissus' rhythm. Glenn Narcissus was very clear that if they really accepted Zhuowen's letter of divorce, then their Glenn family's reputation would be destroyed in an instant. Not only had the marriage contract between the Glenn family and the Zhuo family been exposed, but their Glenn family's proud daughter had been divorced by a small family's disciple. This kind of scandal would greatly damage their Glenn family's reputation. Zhuowen, you've got guts. Originally, I wanted to give the Zhuo family some benefits, but you're really too arrogant and stupid. Now, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the marriage contract and break one of your arms to atone for your sins. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to the Zhuo family. Rip. Glenn Narcissus tore the letter of divorce into pieces. Her pretty face was extremely gloomy as she stared at Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes contained deep anger. Zhuowen's repeated rebuttal had finally made her unable to calm down. When Glenn Narcissus' words came out, the faces of Zhuo Xiangding and the rest changed. They did not expect Glenn Narcissus to be so oppressive. Ha ha, your Glenn family is really impressive. When you first came, our Zhuo family treated you well, but you were high and mighty and looked at us coldly. When you came, you immediately asked for the marriage contract. I'm afraid you want to destroy it, right? Then I'd like to ask you, does this marriage contract have Glenn Haohai's fingerprint? As he spoke, Zhuowen unfolded the marriage contract. There were 2 fingerprint marks at the bottom of the contract. These 2 fingerprint marks belonged to Zhuo Xiaotian and Glenn Haohai. Glen Narcissus' expression was cold as she said coldly, "It's indeed my father's fingerprint, but so what? Do you think your Joie family is worthy of our Glen family? Let me tell you, that's just a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Do you really think that our Joie family cares about your Glen family? I just said that I don't really like this marriage contract. So why can't we cancel it? Isn't this your goal? Since that's the case, why don't you accept the letter of divorce?" Juoen stared straight at Glen Narcissus as he questioned coldly. The moment these words were said, Glen Daffodil was immediately speechless. Juoen was right. They had come to annul the engagement. Juoen was also very cooperative. However, in the form of a letter of divorce, it would clearly cause the Glen family to lose face. Glen Daffodil could not accept this no matter what. Letter of divorce? Juoen, do you think you have the right to write a letter of divorce? Sister Baiha is a proud daughter of the heavens and an existence in the top 10 of the Qing Huang leaderboard. She's like a fairy. Do you think a lowly ant like you has the right to divorce Sister Baiha? I'm indeed here to cancel the marriage contract. This isn't a glorious matter, so we don't need the letter of divorce. We just need to destroy the marriage contract. Then our Glen family and your Joie family will be even. Glen Narcissus said calmly, "This is indeed not a glorious matter. You keep saying that you want to cancel the marriage contract. Our Joie family has already given you enough respect. We didn't resist shamelessly, but have you ever given our Joie family any respect? Don't even think about destroying the marriage contract. Since you want to cancel the marriage contract, then accept my letter of divorce." Joie Wen's heart was filled with cold laughter. He had also faintly guessed the thoughts of the Grand Daffodil. It was likely that they wanted to settle the marriage privately. As long as the marriage contract was destroyed, the marriage contract between the Joie and Grand Daffodil could be treated as if it had never happened. Chapter 6:17. Explode instantly. The atmosphere in the hall became strange. Zhuo Xiangding and the rest did not interrupt. They only stared at Juoen. Now that Juoen was the backbone of the Joie family, they would listen to everything Juoen said. Sitting in the main seat, Glen Daffodil frowned. She did not expect Juoen to be so stubborn. He would rather offend the Glen family than take out the marriage certificate. If they wanted to break the engagement, they could only accept the divorce certificate. However, what kind of status did the Glen family have? What kind of genius was the Glen Lily? If word got out that the Grand Lily was divorced by this nameless brat, the Grand family would lose all their face. If they accepted the divorce certificate, the Glen family would lose all face. If they did not accept it, they could only form a marriage alliance with the Joie family, but it would not be a good match. No matter which one it was, Glen Daffodil was unable to accept it. The best way was naturally to completely destroy the marriage contract and let this old matter of the past completely lose its proof. Originally, I wanted to settle this matter peacefully with the Joie family. Unfortunately, you do not know what's good for you. The Glen Daffodil shook her head. Her beautiful eyes gradually turned cold. She said to the man in black beside her, "Qin Mu, I'll give you a chance. Snatch the marriage certificate from this kid. Then you can do whatever you want with him." When Qin Mu heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he was pleasantly surprised. His gaze landed on Juoen, and he laughed evilly. "Little bastard, I really don't know where you got the confidence to reject the second lady's condition. However, this is not important. Anyway, you'll be dead soon." Previously, Juoen had humiliated him in front of everyone. Qin Mu had already secretly wanted to kill Juoen. Now that he had received the Glen Daffodil's permission, how could Qin Mu not be surprised? This time, he would definitely let this little bastard live a life worse than death. "Miss Glen, you..." Zhuoxiangding's face darkened. He wanted to stand up and attack. Unfortunately, the elder standing behind the Glen Daffodil coldly snorted. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. Instantly, the entire hall was enveloped by a vast aura. Creak! The surrounding tables and chairs were all smashed into dust by this aura. Zhuoxiangding and the others all knelt down on one knee, their faces filled with shock and anger as they trembled. This old man's aura was too terrifying. It was not something they could resist. The head of the Zhuo family. As you can see, I originally wanted to settle this matter peacefully with your Zhuo family. Unfortunately, your grandson doesn't know what's good for him, so it's time to teach him a lesson, Glen Daffodil said indifferently. Boom! The moment the old man's aura erupted, another terrifying pressure swept over from the front of the hall. Zhuowen, who was standing at the end, lightly patted the green coffin on his back. In an instant, 1/3 of the lid opened, and a terrifying pressure that had reached his critical point surged out. It was like a protective shield that blocked the terrifying aura released by the old man. The moment the pressure of the green coffin was released, Zhuoxiangding and the rest all felt their bodies relax. They all stood up and came behind Zhuowen, staring at Glen Narcissus and the other three in the main seat of the hall with fear. Grandfather, leave first. This is not a place where you can stay, Zhuowen said softly as he tilted his head slightly. Yes, Zhuowen, you have to be careful. The Glen family has bullied our Zhuo family. Even if our Zhuo family is far inferior to the Glen family, we will not back down because of this. If you can't block it, run for your life. Although our cultivation is not strong, if we fight with our lives on the line, we can still take out one of you. After Zhuoxiangding finished speaking, he led the others out of the hall. Zhuowen's strength was far superior to theirs. Previously, Zhuowen's performance in the Marquis of Baichuan's residence had completely stunned everyone. Among Glen Narcissus and the other three, the white-haired old man's strength was the most terrifying. From the aura he released, this old man's strength should be about the same as the black-robed old man from the Marquis of Baichuan's residence. However, he was slightly weaker than the white-robed old man. He should be around the early stage of the ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm. What? He actually blocked Elder Shur's aura. This kid, when Elder Shur's aura was completely blocked by the pressure of the green coffin, shock appeared on the faces of Glen Narcissus and the others. They knew very well just how terrifying Elder Shur's strength was. He was an initial stage 7-chakra emperor. Although such an existence was not rare in the Glen family, in a low-level city like Rattan Armor City, he was considered a rare existence. It was even impossible for such an expert to exist. However, Elder Shur's terrifying aura had been blocked. Moreover, it was blocked by Zhuowen, whom they looked down on. This drastic contrast immediately made Glen Narcissus' face turn extremely ugly. Elder Shur, what's going on? Is this kid's strength so strong that he can actually release such a terrifying aura? Glen Narcissus asked Elder Shur in a low voice. Elder Shur narrowed his eyes and immediately noticed the green coffin behind Zhuowen that had been opened by a third. He said in a low voice, "This aura is not released by this kid. It's released by the strange green coffin behind him. I'm afraid that there's an extremely terrifying creature sealed in that green coffin." It's that strange green coffin? Looks like this Zhuowen has had a fortuitous encounter. He actually has such a treasure on him, Glen Narcissus said coldly as her beautiful eyes narrowed. I can block this aura. This kid's aura is not strong. He should be around the level of an ultimate first-wheel emperor. Qin Mu, quickly finish him off. Elder Shur said indifferently. Zhuowen had the divine aura, concealment jade, that Lu Hantian had given him. Not only could this item hide the true aura of a soul treasure, it could even hide the aura of Zhuowen's cultivation to an extremely weak level. If one's strength had not reached Lu Hantian's level, it would probably be very difficult to see through Zhuowen's true aura under the divine aura concealment jade. The fear on Qin Mu's face slowly receded. The terrifying aura that had surged out from Zhuowen had given even him a fright. He had thought that Zhuowen's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Now that he had heard Elder Shi's explanation, he naturally felt much more at ease. He said coldly, "A little bastard from a mere low-level city has actually reached the ultimate emperor realm. Looks like you've had quite a few fortuitous encounters. It's a pity that you're only at the first wheel emperor realm. It's nothing in front of me. Are you done with your nonsense? Since you've said enough, then stop barking like a dog. Come and bite me," Zhuowen said coldly with a smirk. "What? You little bastard. Very good. You've angered me time and time again. I'll definitely kill you." The veins on Qin Mu's forehead bulged as he spat out the word kill. The aura of a mid-stage ultimate emperor realm cultivator completely surged out as he arrived above Zhuowen in an instant. His right hand formed into a claw and pressed down. Instantly, the surrounding yuan qi swept out, forming a giant claw that was dozens of feet long as it descended towards Zhuowen's head. "Die! How laughable!" Zhuowen smiled coldly. He gently raised his right hand, and a golden light surged out, directly meeting the giant claw in the sky. He actually wanted to use his physical body to fight it. "What a reckless little bastard. You actually dare to use your physical body to take my full-force attack. You're simply courting death." Qin Mu laughed, the mocking smile on his face growing even more intense. Crack! A clear sound appeared, and the mocking smile on Qin Mu's face immediately froze. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. He saw that Zhuowen's simple and unadorned punch was not only completely unharmed when it smashed onto the huge claw. Instead, the huge claw shattered inch by inch like a glass plate. The golden light flashed through the air and instantly reached Qin Mu's chest. Then, Qin Mu felt a sharp pain in his chest and blood spurted out of his mouth. He fell to the ground like a withered leaf, causing the ground to crack and turn into a giant crater. Qin Mu had actually been defeated in one move. What? How is this brat so strong? Qin Mu was defeated in one move. Grand Lily clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, Qin Mu was lying in the crater, twitching continuously like a dead dog. He even spat out white foam from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back. His entire body was extremely weak. "Die!" Zhuowen was expressionless. He leaped up, and his body sank. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, forming a 1,000-pound drop. His knees that were covered in golden light directly landed on Qin Mu, who was in the crater. The strength that Zhuowen had used in this attack was several times more terrifying than the previous one. If Qin Mu was hit, he would definitely die. Qin Mu, who was in the crater, also felt the dazzling figure in the sky. His eyes were already filled with fear. He had not expected that this young man, who he had never thought highly of, would actually possess such terrifying strength. Swoosh! A yellow shadow flashed past, and Qin Mu, who was twitching on the ground, was immediately taken away by this yellow shadow. Rumble! Zhuowen landed directly on the ground. Golden light flickered, and a powerful force accompanied the golden light swept out with Zhuowen as the epicenter. It turned into a spiral hurricane, and countless rocks flew in all directions like a meteor shower. The entire hall finally collapsed completely under this force and turned into ruins. Under the protection of Old Shi, the Gland Daffodil instantly left the hall. The expression of the elegant yellow-clothed young man, who was holding a folding fan and had rescued Chinmu, changed slightly. He also hurriedly left the hall. On the empty ground outside the hall, Grand Lily and the other 3 people landed miserably on the ground. As for the Joie family's huge guest hall, it instantly collapsed and turned into ruins. This brat, why is he so terrifying? Is he really a disciple of a small family in a low-grade city? The young man in yellow held Chinmu and said with a fearful expression. Hearing this, the pretty face of the great Glen Daffodil by the side immediately became a little ugly. She also did not expect that such a turning point would occur. Originally, as far as she was concerned, this trip to the Joie clan to annul the engagement should be extremely smooth. But she never imagined that Joie, one who appeared out of nowhere, would actually be so difficult to deal with, to the point that even Chinmu was defeated in a single move. Chinmu was the #1 genius of the Qin family, which was a subsidiary family of the Grand Lily. His strength had reached the middle stage of the 5-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm. In the area that the Grand Lily controlled, he was rather famous. Grand Lily's cultivation was on par with Chinmu's. Even Chinmu had been defeated so thoroughly. If she were to face this brat, the result would be self-evident. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound was heard. In the ruins of the hall, a golden figure suddenly broke out. Accompanied by countless rocks, he walked towards the empty ground step by step.